Good morning, everybody. We're going to call this meeting to order. Lyon County Board of County Commissioners, Friday, April 15th, 2022. Notice of public meeting, solid waste RFP protest hearing and decision. Hearing on protest filed by Waste Management of Nevada Incorporated of the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners award the solid waste franchise to OLCESE Waste Service Incorporated. Members of the public requesting meeting support materials may contact Aaron Lopez via email at elopez@lyoncounty.org. The agenda action will be taken on all items unless otherwise noted. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. So please, I want to really stress this one. To avoid disruptions, please turn your cell phones off and your pagers off. Today we just really like to avoid that. Thank you. The board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner possible. Items may be combined for consideration and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Restrictions on comments by the general public. Any such restrictions may be reasonable and must be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict comments based on viewpoint. All or some of the board commission members may elect to call in this meeting. We're obviously all present today, and the public can access this meeting via Zoom. We're going to have 2 rounds of public participation today. There'll be one during immediately following the pledge, and there'll be one after the agenda item. I do want to note that we did receive a lot of correspondence from the public. We do have that. It is going to be entered into the record. So please rest assured we got your emails and your faxes. Okay, roll call. All commissioners are present in the chambers, and we will go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm going to ask Steve Wright to lead the Pledge of Allegiance today.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to move to our first public participation. These are, it's anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. So please, if you've got public comment, state your name for the record and then sign in. We'll start with the chambers first. Is there anybody here with public comment? Okay, and if you are here for public comment, please line up along the wall so we know how many people we've got. If you're on Zoom and you want to participate in public comment, please raise your hand on your Zoom options. Thank you. Mr. Workman, I got to say, it's nice to see you back here, and we will go ahead and start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I always enjoyed presenting to the board. My name is Mike Workman. I live at 116 Pebble Drive in Dayton, Nevada. I've been there for 17 years. I've been a customer of Waste Management for over 35 years in Incline, Carson City, and of course in Dayton. As the Public Works Director and Utilities Director for Lyon County, I work with Waste Management off and on in a staff type position for the county. And
excuse me real quick.
One normal public participation, that is something that's not on the agenda, correct?
We are not doing public participation on the agenda items. Discuss anything at this time.
Yeah.
Okay, so even though he's talking about the waste management.
Yeah, that's okay.
I just wanted to make sure. Sorry, Mike.
no, that's okay.
Sorry, I should explain that to the board beforehand. Yeah, we're taking public comment on the agenda item before and after, and not during. So
Just making sure.
it's a change. Sorry, there's a little change here.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and still have 2.5 minutes left. Thanks.
Okay, as the Public Works Director in roughly the 2010-2011 timeframe, the then Board of Commissioners and County Manager asked me to get involved with Waste Management to help establish a temporary solution for a transfer station in Silver Springs. We did so by placing it at the waste adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant. My experience with Waste Management was positive during that period of time, although it was a much smaller facility and it was open only part of the time. What I witnessed out there was eye-opening. There was hardly any participation out there. Some days when we were out at the treatment plant, there would be no drop-offs, even though there were staff people there. Normally, there'd be a few drop-offs, and I don't think they ever covered the cost of having an employee or equipment out there. So that's just a comment from an operations perspective. We did work with Waste Management numerous times during the 2017 flood, keeping the Dayton transfer station open and making sure that the routes were kept clear from storm debris and that type of thing. So in my time, the 35 years as a private customer of Waste Management, I can count on my one hand, in fact, on two fingers, the number of times they missed my pickup. One of them was in 1997 in Carson City when the streets were impassable. They've provided excellent service. Value from a customer's perspective, I think, is excellent service at a reasonable cost. Waste Management has always done that. And I'm hoping that as the Board of Commissioners, that you look at it as your obligation under a franchise agreement, which eliminates us from any kind of competition to do what's best for the customers. And Waste Management consistently provides that type of service, and they have the equipment, the staff to provide that, and they've proven it. I just can't imagine switching during supply chain issues, inflation like it is, just the general situation, labor shortages. To me, it seems awfully risky, and I'd hate for us to lose the quality service that we have. And I don't have any experience with the other two companies. My experience is with Waste Management, and it's always been positive. So I'd highly recommend you reconsider your decision. Thank you for your.
Thank you, Mr. Workman.
Mr. Chair, for those folks who are going to give public participation, please print, don't write. If you're like me, they can't read my signature, and we need your name spelled out correctly for the record. Thank you.
And also, I'd like to add it, please try not to repeat each other. If you have something new to say, I mean, we're kind of, if you're, we can kind of follow it, but if you cannot, if you can stop yourself from repeating what somebody's already said, that'd be great, just in the interest of time and getting on with the business. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Lori Price. I've lived in Silver Springs, Nevada for 25 years. I'm representing the senior citizens of Silver Springs, Nevada, who do not want to pay $4 more for their trash pickup. Ken Gray, you did post that this new company would allow us to have 2 barrels at an extra cost. Well, Waste Management picks up a barrel plus 7 bags. And on a windy day, you're allowed to put those bags into another dumpster and not get charged extra. So we certainly don't want to pay for another dumpster. They give us exceptional service, exceptional, not average, not ordinary, exceptional. And we do not want to change our Waste Management. I did a petition, went door to door and got 155 signatures, mostly from seniors. And if you give me another month, I'll go to every single door in Silver Springs and get everybody to reply. You guys did not notify the community that you were doing this by mail. And most people do not go on Facebook to find out. And that's how we found out. Most people were unaware of what you guys have done. At least the water company has us vote by proxy, but you guys did not notify our community, and we're not happy about it.
Sure.
My name is James Breedlove. I live on Ardmore Street in Silver Springs, Nevada. My question is pretty simple. How much is this new service going to cost us? And what's going to happen to our annual dump that was given to us by Waste Management? I too agree with people I've talked to. Our service has been outstanding. I don't know why we're going to fix something that isn't broken.
That all you have, sir?
Does anybody here know how much?
Under public participation, they're not allowed to answer questions. Just an opportunity for you to voice your concerns and your comments. You will find out through the day and the testimony what the price ranges were. If you needed a copy of the comparison sheets, we can provide you a copy of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me print this first.
Damon Shea, CNS Waste Solutions of Nevada. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Just want to take a quick opportunity to let you know that CNS Waste Solutions of Nevada is here and ready to serve Lyon County. A letter has been submitted to clarify a few things from CNS's proposal. Of the 3 companies that responded to serve Lyon County, other than tying in one category, CNS topped the points in every other one reviewed by the selection committee, except the rates. And yes, the first go around, we included the franchise fee of 4% in our rates, so it didn't have a good showing. But now, after adjusting out the franchise fee, our base rates closed that gap without Lyon County residents losing service. And with all the uncertainties we're living through currently, our rates are solid for 22-23. But on my way driving through Lyon County this morning to the meeting, it's hard not to envision the short transition time. But we have the resources, equipment, and personnel to ensure a smooth transition, and have successfully done so in other communities. So as the meeting unfolds today between the other 2 companies, CNS Waste Solutions of Nevada might just be the best choice for Lyon County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, is there anybody else here in chambers that would like to make comment? Okay, not seeing anybody online. Okay, we are going to go to item number 4. So I do want to read this. The board will not permit public comment after discussion of the agenda item, or agenda action item.
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Lynn Rader wants to speak. He didn't raise his hand on his Zoom, but he had his hand up.
Good morning there, Mr. Rader. So let unmute yourself and we'll go on ahead and start. Len, can you unmute yourself, sir? We can't hear you.
It will be on the lower left corner of your screen.
Move your cursor down to the lower left.
You'll see mute and stop video. You want to click on mute.
Okay.
All right, we can hear you now, sir.
My name is Lynn Rader, Emerson Lynn Rader. I go by Lynn. I'm a resident of Dayton, Nevada, on Hillcrest Circle. And I have been here just a short time, since 2016. I want to say that during that time, I am more than satisfied with the service that has been provided by Waste Management. And in reading over the agenda and seeing the items that were brought up by the legal representatives for Waste Management, I noticed that the company that you have selected does not have the equipment currently to take over the responsibilities of what's currently being done for us here in the county. And that's a major concern, considering the time that we're in right now, the economic impact that is happening, the shortage of supplies. So their ability to come up to speed on equipment and service is a major concern. Waste Management has not, since we've been here, failed to provide the service. And unless there's a major reduction in cost, I don't understand why there's even a consideration of another company. So my concern is that, we're going to change companies and all of a sudden we're going to be hurting for having the things that are that we're currently getting, the service we're currently getting. That's my concerns.
Thank you, Len. Okay, is there anybody else online or in chambers? All right. Number 4, for possible action, review and adoption of agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. Moving on to item number 5, county manager for presentation only. Opening presentation and background on solid waste RFP and hearing process by Lyon County staff, including the district attorney's office.
Good morning, members of the commission, members of the public, folks on Zoom. Jeff Page, Lyon County Manager for the record. Today, we are here to address a protest filed by Waste Management on the selection of OLCESE waste services for the franchise to provide waste disposal and transportation to the unincorporated areas of Lyon County, specifically everything but the 2 cities of Fernley and YERINGTON. Last year, we began the process of developing a request for proposal. The board conducted a number of meetings to go over the contents of that RFP. The RFP was sent out. 3 companies bid on the project. Those 3 companies were then, their RFPs were scored by staff using a matrix that was designed by the community development director. And the scores came out as they came out. We came to the Board of County Commissioners and then provided a recommendation based upon the scores. The Board of County Commissioners, after a great deal of deliberation, discussion back and forth on the 3 applicants, decided to go with OLCESE. And we are here today based upon what was allowed in the RFP for waste management or CNS Waste, either one, to file a protest. So the discussion today, as you see in the agenda, each party will be given an opportunity to speak. What we're going to recommend is that as we get through the first portion of this, the board will take a break for a few moments so that the next one coming up can be prepared, get prepared to do their presentation, take a break, and then keep moving forward until we get to the point in time where the board is deliberating on the issue. Once we start deliberation, unless there's some emergency in the building or you really have to pee really bad, I suggest that we not take any additional breaks until we get through that process of the deliberation. Mr. Haskin and Mr. Rye both have some introductory comments, so I'll turn over to Mr. Rye first and then Mr. Haskin after.
Mr. Page, hold on, please. We have a question from the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just point of clarification for my understanding. You said the city of YERINGTON and the city of Fernley are out. I also was under the impression that Smith Valley is not part of this.
The Smith Valley, Mason Valley are part of the franchise.
Okay.
All 3 applicants bid their franchise utilizing DNS Waste as their subcontractor. So regardless of who won the award, the franchise, DNS Waste will still be providing services to Mason Valley and Smith Valley.
Right. So those areas aren't affected by this.
They are, because Waste Management currently has a franchise and you've awarded the franchise to OLCESE. OLCESE could decide that he didn't want to have DNS, he wanted to take the entire county.
Oh,
But he has included in his bid packet that DNS Waste would continue to be the operator as a subcontractor.
okay. That was my understanding. Thanks.
And because there's some confusion, because I've already received this question from a couple of citizens. Why does Commissioner Hockaday have to participate? It doesn't affect his district. It does. We just changed his district, so he's got part of Silver Springs in his district as well. So that's why he's here today too.
Well, it affected his district anyway, as DNS was the subcontractor to whoever got the RFP or whoever got the franchise.
Well, and I just want to add on to that. We might have districts that we run from, but we are elected and represent the whole county.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Wright.
Good morning, Mr. Ray.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Steve Rye, Lyon County District Attorney. I just wanted to briefly review the process for today's hearing, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. So as set forth in the agenda, Waste Management's filed a protest to the bid award that was made by the board on March 3rd of this year. They will be allowed 60 minutes to do their presentation. And then The OLCESE will be allowed 30 minutes to respond to that presentation, at which time the county will be given 30 minutes to present to the board any information that the county deems relevant. You'll hear from staff at that time. And then Waste Management, because they have the burden of proof on the protest, will be allowed 30 minutes to rebut if they choose to do so. As County Manager Page stated, we would propose a short break between each presentation to allow the board to have a short break, and also the participants to convene briefly if they want and prepare any adjustments to their presentations based on what's been presented. In this hearing, formal rules of evidence do not apply. However, fundamental rules of due process will apply. So we do ask that you respect the presenters. No direct or cross-examination. Each side is not allowed to ask questions of the other during this hearing process. Evidence may be submitted prior to or during the hearing. No information presented after the hearing today will be considered. We ask that you refer to the documentation binder, and the presenters may also refer to various things in your documentation binder. The county manager has that available electronically and will project on the screen. If the presenters can refer to a page number, that will assist the board and the public in finding the information. The binder was also part of the board packet, so it was published electronically. The board may ask questions during the presentation. Again, just respect the presenters and consider that in your questions and the timing of that. The board, as the chair has already stated, will not hear from anybody other than staff, the proposers, during the presentation. There won't be any additional public comment. You are limited to the record in this case, which means you're limited to the information that's presented, that was presented at the March 3rd hearing, that is provided to you today in the binder. Any other documents and information submitted during the hearing, this item that we're presently discussing. Although we appreciate the public comment this morning and likely some public comment at the end of the hearing today, those public comments would not be part of your consideration and would not be part of the record in this particular hearing. I know that's confusing, but we just want to limit it to the evidence that's before you. The standards in this particular case, the board has broad discretion. When your decision is based on an honest exercise of that discretion, a court will not interfere. One of the standards you'll hear today and need to consider is whether or not your decision was arbitrary and capricious. And that is a decision that's willful and unreasonable action without consideration or in disregard of the facts or the law that were presented to you during the bid award. If there's any fraud, dishonesty, illegality, oppression, or misconduct, or willful action in disregard of the facts, then you should find that your decision was arbitrary and capricious. Otherwise, you do have broad discretion and can decide based on your consideration of the facts, not staff, not anybody else, but your consideration of the facts. The burden of proof in this case is on Waste Management. As I said, it was not specifically incorporated into the bid documents. We would ask that you follow administrative procedures generally. This is a little bit of a unique hearing for the board. It doesn't happen very often, but you are acting in sort of a hearing capacity, more of a judicial capacity. And so we would ask that you apply a substantial evidence standard, which means that your decision has to be supported by evidence which a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. Waste Management, I believe, may ask that you use a different standard, which is clear and convincing evidence. It's a higher standard that you would have to find to uphold your decision. You'll also hear probably some comments from the parties on possibly some variances in the bid, and the board's consideration when you consider whether the bid complies with the RFP is whether or not a variance is material or just minor and technical. And if you find that a variance is material, the board is required under the RFP to reject that bid. Materiality is defined as something that gives a substantial competitive advantage to one of the bidders. And you can waive minor or technical variances. That's set forth in the RFP. There's a strong public policy to support the low bidder. And there's also, for that reason, strong public policy against disqualifying the lowest responsible and responsive bidder for a minor technicality or variance. That's just a general overview of some legal standards. I know probably a little bit confusing, but gives you an idea of how the hearing will proceed today and what you should consider. Any questions before we get into the hearing?
Questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Thank you.
Andrew, you're not coming up?
Andrew Haskin, for the record, I'll reserve my comments for later presentation.
All righty, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item 5B then for possible action, hearing and decision to protest. I'm sorry, hearing and decision on protest by Waste Management of Nevada Incorporated of the award of the solid waste franchise to OLCESE Waste Services Incorporated, RFP number 21/10.
So we're taking a first break, so they can set it.
We're going to take a break after the first presentation, correct? Or we're going to take a break before their presentation?
You can take one now and then take one after. I mean, if you went, if people have to use the restroom before we get started, might be a good idea to start real quick and then.
What's the board's pleasure?
We're
Guys wanna
giving them
take one now?
60 minutes, so I was
Right.
just asking, yeah,
Yeah, do you want,
yes.
okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Really?
You guys need make it okay. So are you just practice at the end. That's what you show the road.
Now watch, I just sat down. I didn't have to pee before.
Well, of course, know that.
Okay, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. Item 5B, possible action, hearing and decision on protest by Waste Management of Nevada Incorporated, the award of the solid waste franchise to OLCESE Waste Services Incorporated, RFP 21/210. Item A, presentation by petitioner Waste Management of Nevada Incorporated. If you guys want to come up to your positions, yeah, please. Yeah, have your team come up and just as soon as you guys are all seated and ready to go, just give me the high sign. I'll start the timer.
Mr. Simons, if both you and your partner would identify yourself on the speaker and spell your last name for the clerk.
Sure. Mark Simons, representing the petitioner Waste Management, MERK SIMONS.
Is that mic on? Can you guys hear that?
Sound like it's on.
Simons, MERK SIMONS, on behalf of the petitioner.
I think we're gonna have to switch mics.
Morning, Board. Brad Sia. I'm the Area Public Sector Director for Waste Management for the Northern California Mark area. BRAD CEA. Good morning.
Thanks, sir.
I've spoken with Mr. Ryan. He said it's procedure will be I'll direct my comments from the podium. I'll leave the witness there at the table and direct questions unless you have any objection to that procedure. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the board taking this time to listen to our protest. Appreciate the residents of Lyon County to come in and those that are participating on the Zoom. Why we're here today is based upon a statutory right and the right in the RFP to contest the decision made by this board. Now, what I'm going to show, I'm going to give you a little outline of what I'm doing today, and where we're going, so that you guys have can follow me along. Why we're here is OLCESE submitted a facially defective bid that should have been rejected and disqualified under paragraph 23 of the RFP. I'll get into that a little bit later. Secondarily, the award, even if considered in its defective capacity, did not comply with the parameters of the RFP or Lyon County public policy. And you heard Mr. Ryan in his opening comments to you that the primary and overriding strong public policy to accept the lowest bid. What you're going to hear today is OLCESE is the highest bid. Waste Management was the lowest cost. You heard from residents in Silver Springs, cost is a major factor, and of course it is. Now, one of the things you're going to hear today is by CNS. They came up and made a comment. They're going to have to incur $6.5 million worth of infrastructure costs, capital improvement costs. How do they get reimbursed? They factored into the rate. OLCESE is doing the exact same thing. They want the ratepayers to pay them to go buy $6.5 million worth of equipment, property, trucks, and build transfer stations. That's what the residents are going to pay for. Waste Management is the lowest bid because they're not asking the residents to pay $6.5 million extra. That's why cost is so important. We know what the decision was made upon locality. We wanted to go with the local company. Now, if that was going to be the dispositive point this board is going to take, it should have been in the RFP. It wasn't. It should have been in the scoring rubric. It was not. In fact, there's case law that says making the decision based on locality of a submittal is prejudicial per se improper. You've heard the standards, arbitrary and capricious. I get a little bit of time at the end. I'll talk to you a little bit more about that. But at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you to uphold the protest, withdraw the award to OLCESE, and grant it to Waste Management. And here's why. Your RFP says you can reject all bids. You did not reject all bids. You accepted all bids. And then you can, so therefore you cannot go back and revisit your March 3rd decision and try to reject Waste Management now and try to open the bid process up again. That's not how it's done. Not only under the RFP, but under policy of Lyon County 2.7, which says you do have the authority to reject all bids, which you did not do. It doesn't say any and all, which is a big difference in the legal world. But so at the end of the day, my position is OLCESE, the award is withdrawn. It's granted to Waste Management, and CNS is out of the running. CNS did not file a petition of protest. CNS has not protested our requested relief in my letter of protest that you award. So I'll get into that a little bit more and address questions. Now, if I may, I would like to call Bradley Sia as my first witness to address some of the comments I've talked to you about. Yes? Okay. Can you introduce yourself, please, sir?
Good morning, Brad Sia, Area Director of Public Sector for Waste Management, Northern California, Nevada.
Where are you currently employed?
Employed at the Market Area Office for Waste Management in Lyon, Nevada.
Okay, how long have you been employed with Waste Management?
For just under 11 years.
Can you give us an overview of why you're here? What is your responsibilities for Waste Management?
Certainly, in my current capacity, I oversee a team of 9 public sector managers that handle, manage, maintain our municipal contracts throughout Northern Nevada and Northern California.
When you say municipal contracts, that such as this exact contract for Lyon County?
Correct.
And same for cities and things of that nature?
Correct.
Okay, so you had experience with responding to, we'll call them RFPs, request for proposal, in your work experience?
Yes.
How many times did you give us an estimate?
It'd be hard to estimate, but Hundreds.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with looking at the terms and conditions municipalities typically want in their RFPs?
Yes.
Are they standard, unique? How would you describe it?
Yeah, most have a template base that they go off of, and they have standards in terms of what they want to see in the RFP, but also what they want to see in terms of any service changes. We're still getting
Do you have an opinion? Did you participate in generating waste management's RFP?
Yes.
Did you also have participation reviewing OLCESE's RFP?
Yes.
Okay, when you were reviewing OLCESE's RFP, did you form any opinions as to the quality or completeness of that RFP?
I did.
What was your opinion?
I felt it was deficient, and I felt that they should have been disqualified based on really 4 points that we reviewed. First one being that the Secretary of State certificate, the state of that was not included. That was in the RFPs listed. Second, under business overview, there is a letter that documented that any civil or criminal litigation history would be provided, and that is not. Third, we really felt like the detailed plan for implementation was lacking and needed some more detail. We also had a question about the submitting entity on the bid bond, because it was different than the submitting entity for the RFP. And last, we did not see a letter of surety or a performance bond, which was also required in the RFP.
Okay, we're going to go through some of those quickly. First one, certificate of good standing. That's pretty obvious. Did you deem that to be a material defect?
Certainly, yes.
Why would that be?
Because the other two submitting entities were able to provide it, and it does show that the corporation is in good standing, or the submitting entity is in good standing.
Can you turn to page 60, please?
64?
60. Now, this is submittal parameters, right?
Correct.
And you see that it says second sentence, the submittal shall have at a minimum. Right there on the second sentence.
Yes.
And if you go down the bullet point, I think it's 5.4, provide evidence of good standing with the law of the state of Nevada.
Correct.
And that wasn't included in the submittal.
Correct.
All right, let's jump on to the next thing. If you turn to page 57, please. This is in the RFP, page 57 of the record, and just to be clear, it's page 21 of the RFP. Can you talk to me about what that bid bond means?
Bid bond means when you're submitting entity, you provide a bid bond. In case your bond is awarded and later on you cannot fulfill the award, then that the committee needs to exercise that bond.
Okay, under proposed security, you see the first sentence says each proposal must be accompanied by a bond drawn on a national bank as guarantee on the part of the bidder, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can you go to page? And who submitted the bid on behalf of OLCESE?
So
Excuse me. Who submitted the submittal? What entity was named as the submitter?
yes, in the RFP response by OLCESE Waste Solutions was the submitting entity.
Okay, let me turn to page 335. You see page 335, this is of OLCESE submittal. It says OLCESE Waste Services, Inc. is the entity submitting. Correct?
Correct.
$395. 395 of the record is the bid bond. Can you identify who is named as the entity that has obtained the bid bond?
Yes, under the contractor, it states OLCESE Construction Company.
Okay, and that's not the same entity that provided the bid to this Lyon County, is it?
Correct.
Does OLCESE Construction Company, Inc., Nevada, perform waste collection services to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, they do not.
Do you know why OLCESE submitted a bond from some other entity that has never appeared before this board?
I do not.
Okay, did you see can you go back to page 30? Page 58. Okay, we're at page 58. You see it says security for faithful performance.
I do.
I'm going to read it. The proposal shall be accompanied by a letter from a corporate surety satisfactory to the county stating that the performance bond will be furnished to it by the person submitting the proposal. You see that?
Yes,
And you see at the bottom, the performance bond must be an amount equal to $100,000.
I do.
Did Waste Management's proposal include the satisfaction of both the bid bond and the performance bond?
It did. We provided a letter of surety for the performance bond.
Okay, and did OLCESE?
I did not see a letter of surety or a performance bond in their response.
Okay, and so one of the mandatory conditions was to provide a bond to Lyon County that would ensure performance of the franchise agreement if it was awarded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you deem the failure of OLCESE to provide either a qualifying bid bond or the required $100,000 performance bond to Lyon County to be in compliance with the terms of the RFP?
I did not.
Did you deem that material or immaterial failure?
Bonds would always be material.
Now, page 61, you mentioned this earlier under F, criminal and civil disclosures. Did Waste Management include their disclosures?
We did.
Did OLCESE include the disclosure as required under the county's RFP for this condition?
They did not.
Is that deemed material or immaterial in your opinion?
Material.
Hey, let's go to page 62, please. This is the RFP. See both under the proposal for collection services. Did Waste Management provide their proposal that satisfied this condition?
We did.
Did you believe that OLCESE satisfied the requirement of this condition?
No.
Why not?
When we talked about the issuing of carts, containers, privy to the, delivering the carts and containers once the franchise was awarded, we did not believe that plan was detailed.
What about the equipment? Does Waste Management have the equipment currently in its possession to satisfy the obligations in the franchise proposal?
We do.
Does OLCESE?
Not currently.
No. What does OLCESE say to this board it was going to do?
Somehow use existing equipment to service Lyon County
Until when?
until they could satisfactorily get delivery of the new trucks.
So they're going to go out and buy new trucks. What did they say it was going to take them to do? How long?
About 9 months.
In your experience, would that condition be, could it be satisfied given the state of the environment, the supply chain, things of that nature?
I would say no.
Did OLCESE's bid contain any description to the county residents or to this board how they were going to finance buying all these new pieces of equipment and carts?
Did not see it listed in the RFP.
So as far as we know, sitting here today, we have no idea how OLCESE would buy carts or buy property for transfer stations or buy trucks.
Mark, before I answer that question, I wanted to track my last answer.
Sure.
I did not see it in their response to the RFP.
Okay, and what you're, if I may clarify that for everybody, OLCESE provided their financial statements under seal.
Correct.
So you, the county residents, did not get the opportunity to see what OLCESE's finances were to determine whether they could satisfy this franchise in any respect.
Correct.
Move to the proposal for transfer station on page 62. Do you see that?
I do.
And it was going to, the proposer shall describe how it plans to provide for operations of the transfer station. Do you know how OLCESE described that they were going to satisfy that condition?
I did.
And what did they say?
Said they were going to use the existing Silver Springs location until which time they could build or construct a transfer station.
Okay, OLCESE's, can you go down to the bottom? Under their implementation and compliance plan, it says they're going to, it's down there at the bottom, one transfer station in Silver Springs. they say starting day one, they would continue to operate the low volume transfer station that Waste Management currently operates, right?
Correct.
And then as you see down below, and you see in the second full paragraph, OLCESE is going to take 14 months to locate property and 18 months for the Dayton site, 14 months for the Silver Springs, and they're going to go out and buy property and build facilities.
I see that.
Okay. Do we have any idea how OLCESE was going to finance the acquisition of property?
We do not.
Any idea how they were going to finance the construction of 2 transfer station facilities?
It was not listed in the response to the RFP.
Okay. So if OLCESE is out there spending all this money to buy equipment, buy property, build buildings, how under this franchise situation do they get reimbursed for that money?
Would have to be done probably through a rate payer, setting the baseline rates, and then whatever's built into their financial model.
Okay. We know from the last time this board met that there was some concern about Waste Management's existing transfer station in Silver Springs. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm laying that groundwork. Does Waste Management currently have we'll call it a temporary transfer station?
We do.
And how did that come about, that scenario?
In the last contract negotiation, that was what was agreed to, as a temporary facility.
Okay. Who approved that arrangement?
That would have been the board at the time.
Okay, not this board, but whatever board addressed that at the time and said it was okay for Waste Management to do what they're doing.
Correct.
Now, did you, in regards to the concern by this current board, address some of those concerns in how you, Waste Management, prepared your formal submittal?
We did.
What'd you do?
So personally, I heard from the board in terms of what we need to provide this new response, and that was we needed a permanent solution. And the way we determined that was we were really going to show, Lyon County our commitment to getting that transfer station built. So we were the only respondent that provided a performance bond of $1 million that said if we did not build that transfer station within 36 months of award of the agreement, the board could exercise that bond.
Who would have funded that bond?
Waste Management.
And if that bond would have been called by this board, who would have paid that bond?
Waste Management.
Would the residents of Lyon County have paid that bond?
No.
It would come out of Waste Management's pocket.
Correct.
So using the vernacular, Waste Management put their money where their mouth is.
Correct.
Yeah. And moving on. Did page 63. 63. You see where it says franchise implementation plan, number 7?
Yes.
Did Waste Management provide a franchise implementation plan as part of its RFP?
We did.
And, to be quite honest, Waste Management knows what they're doing because they've been doing it for a while.
Correct.
Let's talk about OLCESE. Did OLCESE have an implementation plan?
Yes.
What was it?
It was very minimal and was not detailed, so I could not tell you the details of the plan.
But so far, we know their plan would be buying carts, buying trucks, going out and buying property, building a facility, and then passing all those costs on to the residents of Lyon County.
Correct.
I want to take you, have you review. Go to page 111. Lyon County formed a committee to review the proposals. And this RFP response comparison was prepared by Lyon County. I want to walk you through a couple of these things. See, under evidence of good standing, OLCESE has no certificate and Waste Management is yes, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the things you deemed at that time material.
Correct.
Annual revenues, you see, was sealed. Waste Management has $15.22 billion in annual revenue, correct?
Correct.
Now, page 112. Under the second page of the response, you see proposal for collection. The committee found that OLCESE's plan was not specified, right?
Correct.
Somebody on Zoom.
Proposal for transfer station, you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and we see the addresses that OLCESE was going to buy those 2 locations. And then you identify and you put in there 1 million bond for the purchase completion of a new station, right?
correct,
That's what you just, this was the documentation of what you just presented to the board.
correct.
Okay, let's turn to implementation of plan on page 114. Says your start date, yours waste management is existing with vehicle purchases with existing vehicles. OLCESE is they're going to begin and expected to take 9 months for getting trucks, and they're going to have to start buying containers, right?
Correct.
Turn to go down to the bottom. I've referenced so that we have this information. I refer to this board, 6.5 million. You see at line 22, this is where the representative from CNS says that we're starting this from scratch and those costs are factored in. I mean, we're looking at spending $6.5 million to start this up. And that's buildings, trucks, all new equipment, bins, carts. Okay, so is that the reference we're using for our 6.5 million today?
Correct.
Can I have you turn to page 50. Now, under the RFP paragraph 4C, as part of the requirements, that it has to, the franchisee or proposed franchisee shall possess or demonstrate to the franchisor's reasonable satisfaction that it has available to it adequate equipment and vehicles, including reserve or replacement vehicles and equipment, sufficient to perform the services required of franchisee. See that?
Yes,
Does Waste Management's proposal satisfy that condition?
it does.
Does OLCESE's proposal satisfy that condition?
No.
Why not?
So you're asking the ratepayer to pay the new rates without having any of the new equipment, in the community, servicing the community. So you're starting with the new rates, but not the equipment that was built in the model.
Page 69. Please. Go down a bit. The RFP under general conditions 23 provides a disqualification of bidder criteria. Now, earlier you testified you thought that the bid submitted by OLCESE should have been disqualified by this board. And I'm going to flesh that out a little bit more. You see under item A, the bidder is not responsive or responsible.
Yes.
Do you believe that OLCESE's bid should have been rejected by this board based upon that condition?
Yes.
Why?
Again, going back to the detailed plan for implementation and not having, for under the scoring and comparison, it said not specified in the criteria for servicing. In addition to what we'd already addressed, which was the bonds.
So facially, based upon the committee's own review, OLCESE's bid submittal did not even comply with the requirements of what this board requested.
That is correct.
Okay, paragraph sub 2 says the quality of services, materials, equipment, or labor offered does not conform to the approved plans and specs. Do you believe that provision plays a role?
Correct.
In between.
Just as we pointed out, which was, cost implementation or the new rate implementation, but the new trucks would not be there when the rate is implemented.
What about the bonds, the failure to provide bonds to the county?
Correct. It was a requirement in the RFP and it was not there.
Another material failure, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
In your opinion, would it have required, in your experience, been doing this, required rejection or disqualification of the proposed bidder?
Yes.
Can you turn to page 64? 64 has evaluation criteria that was contained in the RFP. Can you go down just a thing? And we see the evaluation criteria implemented in by this board when it authorized the RFP. You see anywhere in there where one of the considerations were going to be the locality, whether an entity submitting was quote local, close quote, or not?
I do not see it.
Okay, did any of the scoring criteria that you reviewed required or allowed as part of the rubric for scoring the locality of the entity?
No, it did not.
So we see understanding the request to work in responsiveness to the RFP. Again, did Waste Management's proposal, in your opinion, qualify for that?
Yes.
OLCESE?
No.
2, professional qualifications and standing. Here's one's a little dicey because we have a bid submitted by a construction company to this board and to the community. And do we have any idea who they are?
I do not.
Is that responsive to the request that in the scoring criteria?
It does not.
3, completeness of proposal and fee proposal. We've already beat that up. It was incomplete in your opinion. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
And I'm going to say that's OLCESE.
Correct.
Waste Management, did it comply?
It did.
Competitiveness of proposed weight. Let's talk about that one a little bit. Under the 3 proposals, well, actually under the 2, Waste Management and OLCESE, who has the highest rates that are going to be charged to the residents?
OLCESE.
Is it by a little bit? Is it by a lot? How would you qualify it?
I would say, depending on the service, could be anywhere from $1 up to $4.
And that's per service.
That is per service.
We heard a person indicate over in Silver Springs that on senior citizens with a $4 bump.
Correct.
Okay, now these increases, do you know why OLCESE was more?
Excuse me, if your mic is open on Zoom, please turn it off. Mr. Galuli or Ms. Galuli? Maybe you can remove Galuli from the, there we go. Thank you.
Okay. Is one of the reasons, let me just short circuit, one of the reasons Waste Management could allowed to charge a lower rate because it doesn't have to fund $6.5 million worth of infrastructure costs?
Correct. We already have existing carts, existing trucks that the model would have a normal replacement schedule. So as the usable life of those trucks or assets were used up, we would be replacing them. But we do not have to replace everything up front.
There was some indications that the current rates that are being proposed by Waste Management were less than what was charged under the former franchise. I want to talk about that a little bit. Why are old rates higher?
Well, it starts with your established baseline. So whenever the previous contract was started, your baseline rate starts there. And then based on the contract, there is a annual increase mechanism. CPI, some other mechanism that would increase the rates each year.
So the old rates, the current rates are based upon the old contract
Correct.
that a different board of commissioners had approved.
That is correct.
And under this, Waste Management's been able to lower their rates.
Correct.
And do you know why is there the ability to lower the rates?
Yeah, so I think we sharpened the pencil, right? We really dug in to see where there were efficiencies at for us. And again, as we pointed out, there's not the capital expenditure up front because we already have existing trucks, equipment, carts, and containers in place.
Can I have you, page 123? 123 is the scoring sheet, the evaluation form that was approved to be used by this board under the RFP. Again, do we see anything in there where it gives any point or scoring rubric for the locality of a company?
No.
Does Waste Management have a local presence in Lyon County?
We do. We're proud to say that we have 45 employees that are residents of Lyon County. 25, or excuse me, 19 of those actually service or work in Lyon County who are also residents.
Okay, so if that had been considered by this board, that information would have been included on this evaluation form?
Certainly.
Let's take a look at the scores. OLCESE scores 396, right?
Yes.
Lowest scoring entity.
Correct.
Highest cost entity.
Correct.
Waste Management scores the highest, 501, correct?
Correct.
And the cheapest.
Lowest price, yes.
I say that's, thank you.
Yes.
73, please. Okay. You see paragraph 30. Okay, talks about the award of the contract, right? And this is under general conditions that are in the RFP. I'm going to just call out some of the verbiage. The bids will be analyzed and awarded to the most responsive and responsible bidder whose bid conforms to the solicitation and whose bid is considered to be most advantageous with price and other factors considered. At the very end of that paragraph, it says the board's to consider the optimum economic benefit of the submittals, right?
Correct.
In your opinion, who submitted the most optimum economically beneficial proposal for the citizens of Lyon County?
Waste Management.
Who submitted the proposal that had the least economic benefit for the citizens of Lyon County?
OLCESE Waste.
Thank you for your time. I've covered everything I want to cover. Is there any questions you have of me? I still get a half an hour and you probably want to take that away from me right now, but I'm not.
Actually got 26.53 minutes.
So,
But who's counting?
okay, so here's what I'm going to do at this point in time. I think you see, and I've hit every component of what I told you I was going to do, which was to tell you at the beginning, OLCESE's submittal was facially defective and should have been disqualified based upon the items that we just went through. I'll give you all those at the end again if you want, and actually I'll use that in my closing. The second is that when this board considered the proposals, the staff has to recommend, which they did. Staff did their job, came up with the best, and pointed out to you that there was deficiencies. In fact, there was failures to comply with the requirements that you guys said, we want this information. They didn't provide it. Now you get to determine whether that was material or immaterial. You've heard from us, it's material. How do, Commissioner Gray, you said at the close, one of the speakers, it doesn't identify in the transcript. What happens? We're taking a flyer on this company that doesn't have the equipment and they're charging a lot. What happened? What's our contingency? You said, I hope there's a contingency. There isn't one. I pointed out the reason you have performance bonds and bid bonds is to protect the county and to protect the citizens from having no waste collection. Now, to me, no matter what you get around, you're never going to get around that surety bond requirement. That's a complete failure, should have been DQ'd. Wasn't picked up. Nobody discussed that. Any questions? Otherwise, I'm going to sit down, let other people talk to you for a while.
Hold on just a minute. Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Steve Wright, DA. And I just, Mr. Simons has already said that, but this is your time if you have questions for Mr. Saya or Mr. Simons regarding what they just talked about or any of the information that's been brought up now would be a good time to ask this question.
Okay, and this will not count against their presentation time, correct?
It does not. They have an hour and I think they're still a little bit under.
Yeah, they're about 24.5 minutes.
Yeah, you still have. Yeah, they still have a full 30 minutes. For
Yeah,
the
at the end,
response.
yeah, okay.
So I'm at your disposal. You want to talk to me now? You want to wait to hear from others? Whatever you'd like to do.
So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the board for questions. I'm just gonna start at at my far right, and then we'll work through the board from there. Thank you, Mr. Huckabee. Mr. Henderson.
Just actually more of a comment than a question. You stated several times that the reason that the rates submitted by the other two companies were higher because they had to purchase equipment to provide the services, so that they are basically getting the ratepayers to pay for their equipment. That's what they're doing. Wouldn't it not be fair to say that all the equipment that Waste Management has been paid by their ratepayers over the years?
That's a good question. From a simplistic view, you could say yes, because prior rates paid for those capital improvements. But equipment wears out. These are trucks that are running 24/7. Well, not 24/7. They're running constantly, right? So there's replacement costs. So some of those old rates had to support the ongoing operations. But what you do pick up is that the rates are dropped now because some of that equipment that had been replaced over time is getting funneled in. You're getting the benefit of the old rates now. You won't get that from somebody else.
But any, like you said, equipment wears out. So as the equipment you have now wears out, ratepayers are still going to be paying for the replacement equipment. Is that correct?
That, yes,
Thank you.
it's factored in as a
Thank you.
rollover, not as new equipment. And you heard, as they said, you're upfront paying. You're going to pay, if you stay with OLCESE, you're going to pay for equipment you don't have. And the ratepayers are going to be paying top rate for nothing.
Any further questions?
Just one on, go back to the disqualification factors that you mentioned on page 23. We can't get it, but I believe that the wording of that was may be considered, not shall.
That may be true. Sometimes I mistake. Are you just correcting the record? You're not asking me for a response or?
No, I'm just pointing out that that's what, you said those factors should have disqualified him, but the wording on page 23 says may be considered, not shall be considered.
What page is that, 63?
I don't think we're on the same page.
No, we're not.
Commissioner Henderson, at the very bottom on the right-hand corner is a highlighted page number. Can you give us that correct page number? 69, okay.
Yeah, it was clause 23, I believe, yes.
It says, anyone or more of the following may be considered as sufficient for disqualification.
So that means that they weren't an automatic disqualification. We could consider it if we wanted to, but we didn't have to.
Yes, you did not put in what I call strict terms. You fell for this, then this gives you some discretion to consider.
Thank you.
Ms. Keller.
He just got my questions answered.
You got mine too. So, Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you. I was set when I came to that meeting, and I guess when I heard employees saying that we dropped the ball, we didn't follow through on a transfer station in Silver Springs. And I look at your bottom line of, what did you say, 15.2 billion? I would have liked to seen some of that. One of my arguments also for maybe why the transfer station isn't being used as much as the rates at the transfer station, and it's a lot easier to dump garbage in our desert and cheaper than it is to dump it at transfer station. And so I have serious heartburn, and I've been contacted by a lot of residents. Nobody's bid in the transfer station world was acceptable in my eyes. But truthfully, there is a reason no one is using that transfer station in Silver Springs, and that is the rates are unbelievably high. I struggled with that one because I would rather see some of these old couches and chairs getting placed in the transfer stations than in our desert. So truthfully, I was set to not vote for any of those companies, any of the three, because of those rates. But at any rate, I did want for the record that I have been contacted by a lot of people concerned about the rates at the transfer station. And so for what it's worth, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson.
May I take one moment to comment on that?
Yes, please.
When those rates are analyzed, and you heard the gentleman, his name was Mike, I think his name was Mike, the first guy that spoke, says, look, there's a lot of problems out there. Nobody wants to use it. And people were getting paid to stay out there and stand around out there. And the equipment has to be paid for. So the cost to have it is high. And if you're not getting the revenue in, it's going to be high. And so, yes, everybody would rather see sofas and beat up cars and tires discarded. But there's a balance because the economics, and that's what I understand the older board or the predecessor boards struggled with too. With what, do we want to incur these expenses? But I can't speak to that. I'm not sure. But I'm saying there's some reasoning behind that. There's some financial components from the economics of it.
Thank you. And I do have one, I guess, just basically a comment. Probably one of the hardest votes I've ever taken. I mean, I've got friends that are waste management employees also. I knew it would affect them. But, looking at it and looking at the prices you guys came in with, and then also knowing that you guys had, taken the CPI increases, I just really felt that was a disingenuous rate that you guys had come in with, based on the fact that you guys had been raising rates. Everybody else was raising rates. I'm not saying it was a bad thing. It just really made me look at it and think, okay, you guys just really trying to undercut everybody else. But, you kind of answered it earlier where, you were able to go back and look at, places where you guys were doing things and could streamline it. So.
You actually mentioned that the last time.
I did.
And there was some dialogue. Can you look back to do what I'll call punish or hold it against waste management? And there was dialogue by you guys on that very point. I can see, I agree with what you're saying, but that was looking in the past versus my perspective is you have to look at the proposal, and you've heard the explanations of why there's the ability.
Yeah, no, and you answered that. And like I said, I just felt that at that time I had to look at the rates, based on what current rate is. You guys, we weren't looking past. You guys provided current rates also. So I was looking at current rate versus that. And that was the question that was in my mind. So it wasn't really retrospective. It was based on what was in the RFP that was included. So yeah, I was not looking back, but that's all I've got. And Ms. Keller, have you got another comment?
Well, I just want to make a comment. You're saying we're looking into the past, but you're using your past to make the RFP the bid proposal you did today, because you were already in place. So, can I ask Steve Wright a quick question? Without it going on anybody's time?
Yeah, no, there's no time. This is our time.
Yes.
Before I go down a rabbit hole that I can't get back out of because my rope's not long enough, because we're bringing up the past and comments are being made, if we want to really get into the whole transfer station and some of the other issues, wouldn't we be bringing their character and conduct into question here when we're talking about the RFP? Like I said, I'm trying to stay out of the rabbit hole.
Right. I would ask that you consider the presentation information presented on the transfer stations today and at the March 3rd hearing and in the proposals. And as I recall, there was considerable discussion on that issue at the hearing on March 3rd. So the information that you're referring to, I think, is already in the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Get something to add, Mr. Anderson?
I do. I'm confused now. So, Mr. Wright,
Exactly.
Mr. Wright, you may as well just take a seat up front, boss.
We'll get you a comfy chair.
So coffee.
So, yeah, Steve or IDA, maybe I wasn't clear, but
Well, my question is, can I just ask the question based on the information we just were presented?
yes, you can ask questions in the response to Commissioner Keller again. Has already been pointed out by Mr. Simons, the factors that were part of the board to consider. Page 62 covers the transfer station. And then on page 64 is the evaluation criteria. And number 2, professional qualifications and standing evaluation criteria may include, but not be limited to, professional excellence, demonstrated competence in the service requested, and the education and related experience of the key personnel assigned to the project. So that ties into what you're talking about. If you do have questions related to that, it would fit under the criteria that you considered today.
Okay, thank you.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any further questions?
Well, after what you just said, I just want to bring it up, the fact that, yeah, we went out to RFP, we had 3 bidders. And we're supposed to take those bids on face value, but we have a history with waste management, which was discussed quite a bit. And so whether this whole board took it into consideration or not, me being the senior on the board and having the most experience with waste management, and wasn't a voting factor on their last full contract. We've had some negotiations since, but I have been on this board, was back on this board back in 2011 and 12 and 13 and 14, when we were having these issues with waste management and moving forward with transfer stations. And you're right, it's hard to pay for somebody to be out there at the Silver Springs transfer station when nobody uses it, but nobody seemed to want to take into consideration the fact that their hours kept changing. The only way you could dump anything there was if you threw it into these huge bin roll-offs. You take elderly people showing up there with a truckload of trash, they can't offload their truck into these big bins. They literally made it impossible for most people. People that had trailers and other means of taking their trash to the dump obviously would either go to Fernley or go to Dayton because it made more sense. They could just dump their trailer. So our numbers were extremely low in Silver Springs. And when that was pointed out to Waste Management, they still refused to correct the problem. So I understand we're not supposed to use the past, but you brought up the past when they bid the new RFP. But we have a history. We can't forget history. That's what's wrong with this country today, is we have a tendency to forget the history and we repeat the same mistakes again. So I just wanted on record that it was a lot of issues over many years that led us to even going out to RFP. We would have never even got there if you would have just worked with us, but they didn't.
Commissioner Keller, sorry. I appreciate your comments. And I understand from your perspective, the transfer station is a driving force on this. But if you look, what did OLCESE propose to you that you said was okay? Use the exact same transfer station scenario and pay more for it. That's what you said. If you're going to hold this against us, don't go pick a competitor that's going to do the exact same thing and cost more money. Especially when we give you $1 million. Here's your $1 million. If we don't satisfy you, take it out of our pocket. Secondarily, there was comments about people using the transfer station on the weekend. People have 9 to 5 jobs, right? Everybody's got to work. OLCESE's proposal is 5 days a week. Doesn't tell you what days. Want to do it during the weekday when nobody can get there. Waste Management says Saturdays and Sundays, we'll have it open because we want to make it convenient for people. So you got to look, I think, from my perspective, and I don't have your history. I really don't in this community. But I have to look at it objectively from what I see. if you take a look at the totality, maybe from your perspective, the transfer station is a problem. But that problem was not corrected by OLCESE. It was enhanced because your folks are going to pay more for it. And you heard Mr. say it, I'll give you $1 million. That way you guys have done, I think it was Commissioner Jacobson, you wanted to have accountability in that transfer. Well, you've got
We
it.
all did.
Yeah, you have it. And you've got it. You got a big pot of money if Waste Management doesn't step up and do what they said.
Well, I addressed the transfer station because it was brought up, but there was many other issues too. So the decisions weren't made up based on one thing.
Okay,
But that was an issue and it was brought up, so I was just replying to it.
I appreciate it.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair.
No.
Mr. Henderson?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to hit on the transfer station again, just briefly. During your presentation, you stated that a former board in 2009 agreed to a temporary transfer station in Silver Springs.
I did not, if I said that, I did not mean that. The original contract was approved back then. There was a subsequent in time, as I understand it, it had come to the board. Another board, a predecessor board, had approved the temporary transfer station because the original property that Waste Management tried to buy, that proposal fell through. And I'm just giving you a basic understanding.
And that was back in around 2009, I believe you said.
I don't know.
Okay, well, it's just temporary to me. 2009, here we are in 2022, and we're still using temporary station. You also made comments about the 12 to 18 months it would take the other two submitters to put a transfer station out there, but yet your proposal states 36 months. You had a temporary thing since 2009. It's going to take you 36 more months to put a permanent station out there. That just, I don't see how you can ding the other two bidders for 12 to 18 months when you're saying 36.
Okay.
Just a comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further comments by the board?
Yeah, just for the record, that contract was signed in 2009. And they were supposed to build a transfer station in Silver Springs. I don't remember the exact months. I'd have to go back and look the original contract. I apologize. They did not do that. They put a piece of property into escrow. They did an environmental. They came back with a phase 1 environmental that they weren't happy with because somebody had dumped antifreeze on the property. I know because I saw the environmental. So they decided not to purchase the property, but instead of moving on and finding another piece of property, it was like, oh, well, that's bad. We're just not going to buy a piece of property in Silver Springs. Time went on, 2011 and 12, we went into a recessionary situation in Lyon County. Times were tight for everybody. So we were approached by Waste Management. I know I actually championed that with Mr. Workman sitting in the front row, your first speaker, your first champion of the day. Went with Mr. Workman to figure out a solution to help Waste Management. So we actually stepped up as a county and said, hey, we've got this land over there. We can't give it to you. We need it for future use. It's by the sewer plant. But temporarily, until you identify another piece of property, we will do an agreement to put you there. You're still there. That was temporary. So to comment on Commissioner Henderson, who was, not here at that time, those are your time frames, and you're still there.
But I also understand they've been in communication with you, trying to locate other properties and work with you. That's my understanding.
It's not Lyon County's place to find them a piece of property.
I appreciate that. What I would like to do is get back to what I'm here for, is to address the protest. I understand when you have a long history with somebody, there's always a long history with somebody. But what are we doing moving forward? Because you have obligations to the citizens of Lyon County. And you are directed by statute, policy, and RFP to take a look at the economics of it. What is most economically beneficial. And I've made my presentation, and I still have a little bit of opportunity to address you at the end. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Thank you. Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Rye, GA. I just wanted to let OLCESE and Waste Management know we have a meeting room available for each of them. One can meet in the county manager's office, and then Andrew's made his conference room available for one. So on the breaks, if they want to discuss what's happened, those rooms are.
Thank you. So at this time, if I'm correct, we are going to take a break, correct? To let next group get ready? Yep. Okay, we are going to do a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:45. call this meeting back to order. We're going to proceed on to item 5BB. Presentation by prevailing bidder, OLCESE Waste Service Incorporated. We have 30 minutes and I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, do you have something to say first?
No, I was just going to state that OLCESE will make their presentation, same process as with waste management. You'll have a chance to ask questions during or at the end of that presentation.
Okay, and it was 30 minutes, correct?
30 minutes.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and print your name.
Certainly, thank you. Lucas Valletta with the law firm McDonald Chronicle for OLCESE Waste Services. I think, first of all, I appreciate the board's time. And where I want to start is just to give you a little roadmap of what I want to talk about, and then I'll dive into my remarks. I'm going to talk a little bit about the standard of review and what I think the board's role is here today with respect to this protest. And then I'm going to address, to some extent, the assertions made by Waste Management about the deficiencies or alleged deficiencies in my client's response to this particular RFP. And then I'm going to address their arguments that the board's decision was arbitrary and capricious and meets the legal standard applicable here. The reason I want to start with the applicable legal standard is because what I think you've heard from Waste Management is generally what you hear from a bidder who is protesting an appeal because they were unsuccessful. I've handled a number of these cases at the state and local level, and what I can tell you is that it is very consistent and common for a losing bidder to essentially repackage their argument that their proposal is better than the party who won the bid as legal argument, as an argument that the party deciding which party won and lost the bid not only got it wrong, but was arbitrary and capricious in doing so, or failed to meet the requirements of the law. I think that is particularly evident in this case, given the fact that Mr. Simon spent virtually all of his time talking about my client's bid. But the reality is that under the law, the question that's presented to this board today is not whose bid is better than the other. It's whether your decision to award the contract to my client satisfies the requirements of the law. And the requirements of the law are essentially twofold. One is, did the board follow its own processes in awarding the contract? And two, was the board's decision arbitrary and capricious? And in that regard, and in fact, in both regards, you're sitting almost as if the court would be sitting if this appeal were appealed to the district court. So the question is not who should have won. The question is, did the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners properly decide and legally decide to do what it did? The legal framework that I'm describing really is articulated in a couple of different places. We have a number of cases from the Nevada Supreme Court that talk about the role of a local government in administering an RFP. And as Mr. Simons and your district attorney indicated, the question principally is whether that local government acted arbitrarily and capriciously. What that means is not was it a good decision or was it a bad decision? Or did they make the right decision? The question is, was the decision that was made, was there a reason for the decision? In other words, what Mr. Rye said to you, I agree with, is that an action would be arbitrary and capricious if it disregards totally the facts and the law in reaching the decision. If, on the other hand, there is a reason to have made the decision that is based in rationality, regardless of whether someone would agree with it or not, but objectively could be considered to be rational, then the decision satisfies the standard. The other element of the legal framework I want to talk about is the relief that the board has the authority to grant. Mr. Simons said that what Waste Management is asking for is for the board to essentially withdraw the award to my client and award this particular contract to Waste Management. And he sort of ties off the one loose end, which is the interest of CNS Waste, by saying, well, they didn't weigh in on our protest, and so they therefore have no rights, and consequently, you can't award the contract to them. This is obviously the most self-serving articulation of the choice that the board has possible. It's also not the law. If an action is arbitrary and capricious, let's say you agree that you acted arbitrary and capriciously, that flaw taints the entirety of the process. It doesn't go simply to your choice to award the contract to my client, even if the basis of the conclusion that that decision was arbitrary and capricious was a decision to award it to my client. It's a flaw in the process as a whole, which means that the process cannot stand. And if the process cannot stand, then you cannot re-award the bid today because this meeting hasn't been noticed for the award of a bid. It means that the award gets canceled and it gets rebid if that's what you want to do. There is a statutory basis for this. It is applicable in the context of state purchasing decisions. We do not have a relevant statutory provision in the chapters that govern this board's decision, but it is, I think, instructive that under NRS 333.370 subsection 5, which again applies to state purchasing, it states a cancellation of the award requires a new award in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. Meaning, if you cancel the award to my client, or if the state were to, if we were at a state RFP, the remedy would be that the contract gets re-awarded. And that's for the protection of all involved, right? Because CNS has rights too, as do my client. And so if you were to conclude that you agree with Waste Management's arguments, there would be no choice other than to rebid this contract for the protection of not just my client, not just CNS, but also the public at large, because that's what the public bidding laws protect, it's the public. So in essence, what you're seeing is an attempt by Waste Management to litigate its way to the contract. And you should reject it. As I reviewed the board's decision, or the colloquy that the board had in rendering this decision, it was clear to me in any case that the board had reasons for what it did, right? We heard Mr. Simons point out that there was some discussion of wanting a local presence and a local company to have the contract. That is a reason, that is clearly rational. No one can argue that that's not a legitimate interest of any local government in awarding a contract for services to the citizens that are the constituents of that government. There was also discussion on the record about the past performance of Waste Management. Clearly, the past performance of any particular bidder who happened to have done business with the county is a legitimate consideration under the terms of the RFP and the rules that govern the board's decision-making process. And it was discussed at the meeting. And you've heard more a discussion of it today with respect to the transfer station issue. And so so that is a second reason that contributed to the board's decision-making in my view. The question you have to ask yourself is whether those decisions were based in reason and rationality. And if they were, or could be construed as such by a reasonable person, that is the award stands. Now, in terms of the argument that my client's bid was facially deficient, I do want to address that because this again is a fairly common tactic for winning bidders, which is to essentially shift the board's attention to the substantive provisions of the winning bidder solicitation. This is an inappropriate tactic again, because the question is whether the decision to award the contract was based in reason, not whether you feel persuaded by every single element of the winning bidder's proposal, right? So they've pointed you to a number of different elements of the proposal and said that you could not possibly have chosen this proposal because these elements, the elements of this proposal failed to satisfy the requirements of the RFP itself. But that is not the case. So under the terms of the RFP, the RFP states that the award, quote, will be made to the most responsive and responsible bidder whose bid conforms to the solicitation and whose bid is considered to be the most advantageous with price and other factors considered. It then states that factors to be considered may include, but are not limited to, bidder's past performance, bidder's relevant work experience, total cost, warranty and quality, the operational requirements, and any other factors which will result in the optimum economic benefit. And you heard some discussion about that. It states further that the county reserves the right to reject any items to waive informalities, technical defects, and minor irregularities in bid proposals received and to select the bids or proposals deemed the most advantageous. This is all at your packet at page 73, which is coming straight from the RFP. It also states, this is at your package at page 78, that quote, "The franchise agreement will be awarded to the responsible bidder whose proposal conforms to the request for proposal and will be most advantageous to the county, rate, price, and other factors considered." This is a very generous standard and is generally consistent with the idea that the board has the authority to award a contract in really any particular case to the party in connection with which there would be the greatest public benefit. There is no limitation to the factors that you can consider. The RFP is clear. You can consider any factor, including geography, for example. And so the board has broad discretion. With respect to the responsiveness of my client's bid, I agree that there is a materiality standard that applies. So in other words, it is possible if a participating entity fails in material respects to satisfy the requirements of the solicitation, then that party can be disqualified. In this case, that didn't happen. What I mean by that is they were not disqualified, right? And that's their argument. Waste Management saying you should have disqualified them. But it's worth pointing out that neither staff nor the board disqualified them, implicitly concluding apparently that the deficiencies that existed or that were identified and considered by the board were not material. And I think that's right, even if you agree with the other side that there were deficiencies. So for example, if you look at the certificate of good standing issue, there was a discussion at the meeting on this contract as to whether my client was in good standing with the Secretary of State, despite the fact that they had not included a certificate with their response. And it was discussed by a member of the board that member had researched or perhaps had researched the good standing of my client, and it was determined that they were in fact in good standing at that time. So it is very difficult to understand how the absence of a good standing certificate could be a material deviation from the requirements of an RFP, when in reality, it was confirmed at the time of the board's decision that my client was in good standing. It also doesn't go to the merits of their proposal in any way. So it is clearly a technical defect, if a defect at all. Right? It doesn't go to pricing. It doesn't go to their ability to perform. It's a form that was left off of their packet. And as Mr. Wright indicated, there is a public policy in favor of not disqualifying bidders as a result of technical defects. There is an argument made by Waste Management that my client failed to disclose criminal and civil penalties. And on that, I just want to look at page 61 of the packet, which talks about the criminal and civil penalties requirement. And it specifically requires, quote, that a respondent, quote, describe any criminal proceedings in which the proposer, any affiliate of the proposer, or any director or officer of the proposer or affiliate, with respect to their actions in such capacity, and any individual identified as key personnel in the proposal has been named as a defendant, et cetera, et cetera. The language is the same with respect to civil actions. The reason I'm reading is because it doesn't tell people to indicate that they have not been the subject of a civil action or criminal penalty. It tells them to disclose what actions, civil or criminal, if any, they've been subject to. My client hasn't been subject to any, so there was nothing to disclose. So there could be no defect in failing to disclose the absence of an action in which they've been named as a criminal or civil defendant. In effect, you'd be asking them to prove a negative. There is also an allegation that my client's response was fatally deficient because it did not disclose the hours of operation. This is another area where there was a discussion at the meeting about what the hours of operation would be, because a member of the board acknowledged and noted in the summary of the bid or responses that my client had not indicated specific hours of operation. And there was a colloquy where my client indicated that they would operate, for example, pickups starting at 6 a.m. And I think transfer stations would be open at 8 a.m. The argument that this is a material deficiency is, I think, very strained. Not only because there was a discussion at the meeting where my client's intentions regarding operating hours were discussed, and so the board had that information, but also because the packet itself included the county's rules for when operations can occur. So at pages 50 and 51 of your packet, which is in the RFP, it has the Lyon County collection standards, which state that a collection must occur essentially on a weekly basis. And regarding residential collection, it can only occur between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and between 7 and 6 p.m. on Saturday. So it cannot be material to the RFP to fail to identify specific hours of operation when in general, my client affirmed that he would abide by the county's rules with respect to collection, and then clarified their position in an oral colloquy at the time that decision was being made. Their Waste Management today made also two new arguments, which are not in their notice of appeal. Because they're new and because they were not in their notice, I am going to make an objection for purposes of the record. And this is with respect to their argument that my client's bid was fatally deficient because it failed to include the bid bond, or because the bid bond was issued to an entity other than the proposing entity, and the failure to include the surety letter. Those are not in their notice of appeal. Notwithstanding that fact, again, these are technical requirements of the statute, or excuse me, of the RFP. And with respect to the bid bond, it is clearly a technical defect at best to identify a related entity and not the proposing entity. If that is a concern or would have been a material concern of the board at the time, or was a material concern of the board at the time, then the board presumably would have made it an issue. If it was a material concern to staff, apparently, then staff presumably would have made it an issue, but they didn't. The only party who's got a problem with it is the losing bidder. The other reason it's not material is that the bid bond is a protection for the county, and the same is true of the surety. If it's the county's judgment through you that those are not material defects, then it's hard to imagine anybody else would conclude that it's material, since those requirements are there for the protection of the county. And you made the decision apparently that it was not necessary. Now, with respect to the performance bond, I will also note that the performance bond is a requirement only if you're awarded the contract and you're asked to provide it by the county. So all that was missing with respect to the RFP was a surety, not the commitment to enter into a performance bond. My client is perfectly willing to enter into a performance bond as required by the RFP, assuming that this matter goes forward and they maintain the contract. Now, there are some other arguments that are raised in the in Waste Management's protest regarding facial deficiencies. Mr. Simons didn't address them in his remarks, but I am going to address them briefly in the event that they continue to maintain that they are legal defects in the process. They argue in their notice of appeal that my client failed to provide identification of equipment, vehicles, and waste carts dedicated to fulfilling the obligations of the RFP and provide services to the citizens and businesses of the county. The RFP, this is at Bates stamp 63 of your packet, says, quote, franchisees shall provide a detailed implementation plan describing the franchisee's approach to facilitating a smooth transition for all the changes to collection services. It further provides that, quote, a plan should include, but not be limited to, a timeline showing the duration and completion date of major milestones, events such as vehicle purchasing and testing, container purchase, assembly and distribution, personnel hiring and training, customer service and billing database development and implementation, administration, public education, etc. In their protest, they identify an absence of information about waste carts and collection vehicles. That's just not the case. At page 363 of the packet, that is my client's response to this solicitation. It specifically says that following the execution of an agreement, that my client will, quote, place the order for the carts to be distributed to residential and commercial customers receiving 64 or 96 gallon carts. And then it goes on to say how each customer utilizing carts cart service shall receive a new cart starting 6 weeks before the contract start date. And it talks about the cart distribution taking 5 weeks and the use of a box truck to distribute carts. At page 363, the plan reflects my client's intention with regard to commercial bins. At page 364, it describes the residential cart description, including manufacturer, cart sizes, cart conditions. And at page 364, it talks about the collection vehicle descriptions. And it says, quote, OWS will deploy a complement of new vehicles to perform the collection work in the franchise agreement for residential and use current equipment in the fleet for the balance of the contract. It then describes the vehicles, and it says, quote, we will use side loaders from our existing fleet to service customers until the new units arrive. We are proposing an automated collection program with manual collection of bags or in the north. DNS Waste will use current rear loaders in the south, along with manual collection bags or bundles. There's also at page 339 a capability statement where my client identifies its trucks and equipment specifically. There essentially has a log of all the equipment it has in its possession. It's unclear to me after looking at the notice of appeal filed by Waste Management why they contend that this is deficient when this information is clearly responsive to the requirements of the RFP. Waste Management may not be persuaded that the list of equipment, the type of equipment, the plan to use it is feasible or will satisfy the public interest, but that's not an issue today. The question with respect to facial deficiencies is whether we provided a response, and my client clearly did. They also contend that my client failed to identify how it could feasibly service its existing customer base and the citizens and businesses of Lyon County using its existing equipment. And you heard some discussion about that from Mr. Simons today. This is a purported requirement of the RFP that's made up of whole cloth. There is no statement in the RFP that says that we're specifically supposed to talk about the feasibility of performing services given the current state of my client's business. There is a requirement to talk about how you would transition, which my client did respond to, right? There was a discussion about, for example, they told a story about Eureka County, there's a story about Churchill County, and there's a whole implementation plan. And generally speaking, it is reasonable to say that the board has an obligation to decide that a responding bidder can do the job, right? That's part of the process. But it's not appropriate to say that our response is fatally deficient for reasons that are idiosyncratic to OWS, right? And so it's not a legitimate basis for an appeal. It's just another way of them arguing that their proposal is better than ours, which is not the point. And in any case, there's information in the RFP response about how my client intends to do the work in relation to the current work that's being done. And in fact, they identify the fact that they're currently doing work in Churchill County and Eureka County as advantages. And one of the reasons why they will successfully be able to perform the contract. And so this argument is meritless in my view. Now, after their notice of appeal, after they address what they purport to be facial deficiencies in my client's proposal, they then go on to essentially argue why the board's decision was arbitrary and capricious. And that argument really comes down to their position that, the board could not have reasonably chosen my client as a successful bidder because as they look at the proposal, it is not apparent that my client can perform and do the job. Again, that is not the appropriate question to be asking. The appropriate question to be asking is whether you had a reason to do what you did and whether that reason was based in rationality. Specifically as to arbitrary and capriciousness, Waste Management argues that the board didn't consider that my client doesn't currently have the necessary equipment to service the county. And they've now couched that argument here today in terms of the rates and what the county is paying for. And the contention is, on the one hand, they don't currently have the resources to do the work, that they're waiting to order trucks for those trucks to arrive. And in any case, the rates that you're paying is for new equipment. Well, my client was very upfront in its response when it said, we are going to use our current inventory of trucks and equipment to perform the work until such time as the new equipment arrives, and then we'll use that. That's normal for any growing business that is going into a new service territory. It may be possible for Waste Management, a national company, to move trucks from one state to another, one county to another. That's all well and good, but that's not the same story that every business has to tell. The question is whether there's a reasonable basis for the board to have made its decision. And there's nothing in the plan that my client put forward that is irrational, right? The idea of using existing inventory until you get new inventory is a perfectly reasonable approach to the business decisions that they're making. And there's no reason to simply disbelieve them. And the board didn't disbelieve them. And you shouldn't do it now. As to the rates, I find this argument to be fairly curious. The rates my client bid are in their packet. The rates that Waste Management bid are in their packet. The rates that CNS bid are in their packet. The rates are the rates. They cover what they cover. Every business has costs. That's what your rates cover. For some businesses, maybe my clients, it'll cover new trucks. For CNS, or excuse me, for Waste Management, it'll cover whatever their existing cost of doing business is. Their argument boils down to I guess the claim that the county is not getting a good value for its dollar because the rates that the people will be paying will be covering new equipment. And that's an irrelevant consideration at this point. But it's also not based in any fact. It's just their position, I guess, or contention that the rates are going to buy equipment that is that it's an unnecessary expense on the part of the county. I mean, people are going to pay for trash service no matter what. And so it doesn't make sense to me to argue that the wisdom of one company's rates over another. It is what it is. They were disclosed. A decision was made that they were the best responsible bidder. And it wasn't on the basis of price, right? The board made a decision irrespective of the fact that they had higher rates. And so focusing on rates seems to me to be irrelevant since it's agreed that my client's rates were higher than everyone else's. The last thing I want to note is just this idea that the board should focus on the optimum economic benefit and the economical and efficient services sort of prongs of the consideration or sort of the test that the board can apply in determining whether to select a particular bidder. It's a completely red herring and overly narrow characterization of what the board's discretion is to contend essentially that you have to award the contract to the lowest bidder. It's not the case. I'm sure you agree it's not the case. The board has broad discretion under the terms of the RFP as I have described to award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder, responsive and responsible. And that includes people who are higher bidders. In this case, there are certain characteristics of my client that the board found compelling, notwithstanding the fact that they had a higher rate, and the board chose them. And it is, I think, misleading to suggest that the board doesn't have that authority. And when you look at, for example, the evaluation criteria that Mr. Simon showed you, it clearly says that the board may consider that criteria, but is not limited to the consideration of those elements. And so it's just, I think, an attempt to kind of cabin the board's authority and discretion here in a way that is most favorable to them as the lowest bidder. When the reality is they don't possess the characteristics that the board found compelling. And so that's the only argument they can make. In this case, there just simply is no reason to disrupt and overturn the award because the applicable legal standard was satisfied. The board did not act arbitrarily or capriciously. It followed the law in all respects. Interestingly, it sounds like Waste Management is jettisoning the argument that there was an open meeting law violation, which is in their papers, which I thought was fairly provocative. There is no evidence of it. They didn't present any evidence of it. I'm not sure why it was in their documents in the first place. But in any case, they've alleged no procedural defects other than material deficiencies, which I've addressed. And their substantive arguments about arbitrary and capriciousness are baseless. So with that, I'll happy to answer any questions, but that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. We'll start on my left, Mr. Jacobson.
My notes I took back here. Mr. Chairman, I'm good right now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Keller.
Great presentation. I'm good.
Mr. Henderson. I'm good. Mr. Hockaday.
Questions?
Thank you, sir. That'll conclude this portion.
Thank you.
Okay, we are coming up to item 5C. At this time, I'm going to ask the county PA, do you want to take a quick break to prepare? Okay. So, call a 10-minute break and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Break time.
Excuse me, Mr. Foley, were you invited to this meeting? You never.
Mr.
Send him back to his room.
Mr. Foley, did you bring candy?
All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. Next up on the agenda item is 5BC, presentation by Lyon County, 30 minutes. And I guess Mr. Wright will be presenting. We won't let Mr. Foley.
Steve Rye, DA. What the county proposes is Andrew Haskin, Community Development Director, will make a short presentation. Then I'll do a presentation, and then the rest of the staff, including Andrew and myself, will be available for questions.
Thank you, sir.
Did you realize we only gave you 30 minutes?
All right. Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director, for the record. I will keep this brief. I'm just going to provide a little bit of background information on the process after we received the bids and how that worked. And then I'll provide a little bit of clarification on something. So the valuation process for this bid was set forth on page 28 of the RFP, which is located under tab 3 in your binder. I know we've been going back and forth to on the screen as well. The RFP included 5 criteria for consideration. Once the county received the bids, it was decided that we would have 4 staff members evaluate the bids using the form in the RFP and the criteria set forth. I'm going to refer to a number of sections. Staff completed the evaluation, and the score sheet summary was presented to the Board of County Commissioners at the meeting on March 3rd. In your binder today are those score sheets and the summary score sheet, and those can be found under tab 7 in your binder. The summary score sheet is also attached to the protest letter. I want to note that if you look at Rob Peisel's scoring sheets, he did not do a proper weighting. I want to clarify that I was aware of that, and it was corrected in the summary sheet that was provided to the Board of County Commissioners on March 3rd. And the summary score sheet is correct and reflects the proper scoring by each evaluator. It was a math correction only and did not revise the total score of the staff recommendations in this case. Also presented to the Board of County Commissioners were the rate comparisons compiled from the 3 bidders. That information has also been included in your binder under tab 5 for your consideration of the protest today, because price was a significant consideration in the RFP, and I know it was a significant factor for the Board of County Commissioners. In addition to the rate comparison, a summary of the bids was presented to the Board of County Commissioners. The summary has been included under tab 4 for your reference as you consider the hearing and presentations today. I do want to provide a little bit of clarification. There was some talk about the bid bond, and OLCESE did provide a cashier's check for the bid bond. I don't know that it made it into your packets originally, but staff did have that, and it was kept by the clerk treasurer's office. So I want to point that out. I am available to the Board of County Commissioners if you have any questions regarding the process for the staff recommendation or the RFP process. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Haskins.
Any questions? Or do we want to pull that?
Mr. Rye, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Steve Rye, Lyon County DA. I just want to present briefly to the board this morning and answer any questions. The board can tell you have a difficult decision this morning. Heard 2 excellent presentations about each of these proposals and the protest that's before you. I would ask that you look to start with just to highlight a few things in the proposal. On page 64, the evaluation process, and Mr. Haskin talked briefly about that and the process that was done in this particular case. And this is important because this is what guides you as you evaluate this protest in the county's determination. So if you look, a couple things to highlight, Andrew or Mr. Haskins already pointed out what the process was and what was approved as part of the bid, and what the board did, how the staff made their recommendations, and how those play into your analysis and whether your decision was factually supported in this case. And then I would point out too, at the last paragraph there under the evaluation process, the Lyon County Board of Commissioners is the final authority in selecting the winning proposal, regardless of the responses, scores, or staff recommendation. However, that doesn't mean you can disregard that information. You need to consider that in deciding whether or not your decision on March 3rd was appropriate. You have before you today the staff information that was presented. You have the administrative regulation for the county in the binder under tab 12, which sets forth your obligations as a commissioner in regards to that policy. We don't believe it's necessary that we revisit all those in detail, but we do think it's important that you consider all of that information in making your decision today. And it's not quite as simple as just saying something in one bid or another supports or refutes your decision. You can't consider what the proposals say in a vacuum, either Waste Management's or OLCESE's proposal, but you have to consider it in the light of the bids that were received, the proposal, and the feasibility and other conditions that this board considered on March 3rd. Just because, again, somebody says something in the proposal doesn't mean that's a fact that supports your decision. I did want to comment briefly on one topic that's been discussed today, and that is a local company. The DA's office position would be that all of these bidders were local companies, that they're all licensed to do business in Nevada, and that itself would not be a disqualifying or a reason to support one over the other. It is important, though, to note in the implementation for all these bidders that they described what their local services would be. That is a factor the board could consider in their proposal. With respect to the responsiveness to the RFP, Waste Management stated their case. Staff presented to the board at March 3rd that many of the deficiencies referenced by Waste Management were deemed not to be enough to disqualify their bid. That includes the certificate of good standing. And you heard from Andrew Haskin just recently that they did provide a bid bond. The other issues are factors you could consider on whether your decision was supported by the facts or the law in this case. You've heard arguments from Waste Management that there were certain things not included in that bid. Your obligation as a county commission is to consider, is that the facts? And if it is the facts that those things were material and not part of the bid, you can consider that in deciding whether or not the decision of March 3rd was arbitrary and capricious. The factors listed, if you go down just a little bit on that page, this is what we would suggest that the board consider in deciding this protest, whether or not there's facts to support these evaluation criteria in the bid, or if it's been shown that there is not sufficient information or facts in the bid to make OLCESE the person that should have received this award. Responsiveness to the RFP, with respect to this, as I mentioned, Waste Management stated their position, and you've heard a number of other allegations today. Again, it's your obligation to look through that and determine were those items provided in the manner requested by the RFP. Professional qualifications and standing, demonstrated competence would include past performance as a consideration. There is information in the record on page 199 and 200 regarding a discussion of performance by Waste Management. There's also information in the record that supports the performance of waste management and supports the performance of OLCESE. Again, that has to be weighted in light of what the RFP said and the factors that you're required to consider, including the county staff evaluation. The completeness of the proposal and the fee proposal, based on the record, it would appear to be the board considered this. The primary discrepancy seems to be with CNS, who had the franchise fees as part of their rate structure. Again, the rate structure is important in this because if you look at the terms of the RFP, that was one of the highest priorities when the board approved the RFP. It included in there a higher weight for the rate structure. And you've heard today that some of that information that's been provided indicates that waste management has the lowest proposed rates. There's been considerable discussion about that. That is not been, I understand that OLCESE has said that you can consider anything in awarding your bid. Again, you still need to find factual support, not a factual statement to support that bid. Not saying it is or is not in there, but the rates were an important part of that consideration. And as pointed out on page 73, the award of the contract, the statement that is in the RFP, factors to be considered may include but are not limited to the bidder's past performance, the bidder's relevant work experience, total cost, warranty and quality, the operational requirements, and any other factors which will result in the optimum economic benefit. And so we think that the optimum economic benefit is a primary consideration for the board in evaluating whether or not your decision on March 3rd was supported by the facts that were presented to you in light of the RFP. Resources available to complete the project. Again, that is one of the factors, evaluation factors. And there was discussion regarding that today and in the proposals and at the March 3rd hearing. And it's important to, again, look at that not just in a vacuum. Did each bid contain information that would met the responsiveness of the bid, but did that information make sense and was it factually reasonable? And if you find that there was not facts to support that in light of either waste management or OLCESE's bid, you need to consider that. Ability to perform, including the time for performance, is something that you need to review. That's been submitted by both proposers. It's in the record and there's been representations on that. It is important for the board to consider, again, are the facts in support of one side or the other? And what does that mean? That means when you look at the bid for waste management, what they propose in terms of implementation, timing, those sorts of things, is it supported by their proposal and the information you received at the hearing on March 3rd from the other bidders and from the public? And then do the same for OLCESE. Sorry that I keep mispronouncing that. And evaluate that in terms of what they are saying is going to happen and when it's going to happen. Again, a bidder can say that we are going to do A, B, and C on this date, but you have information that is not limited to that statement. OLCESE has provided an equipment list, a plan, all of those things, and this board's obligation is to review that information and decide, is it factually accurate, number one, based on what you've heard, and is it feasible? It's not just, did they make a statement they can do it? It's not just waste management saying we can do the transfer stations or whatever. Do they have a plan that is feasible and supported by the facts that were presented to you on March 3rd of this year when you made your decision? Again, what we requested the county with each of these factors that are in the bid evaluation criteria that you consider and the information for the award of the contract, that you consider each of those carefully and determine whether or not they're supported by the facts in the RFP. And if this board determines that they are, then the decision would be upheld. If you determine that they are not, there are either disqualifying factors for the bid of OLCESE as pointed out by Waste Management, or that the proposal as presented, as pointed out by Waste Management, then you can find that it's arbitrary and capricious. If not, you would have to uphold the award. Again, as far as the responsiveness of the bid, there were some irregularities. Some of those were pointed out to you, including the certificate of good standing. And the board needs to review that, because if you determined that there was a mistake at that time you made your decision, that would make the decision arbitrary and capricious. That's all I have. I can answer any questions. The county staff's available also if you have any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Actually, I do have a couple, and you kind of touched on them, but I want clarification and point blank. Would you opine that our decision was arbitrary and capriciously made?
That's not my decision to make. Again, I'm just here to give the county side of this case before you today of the recommendations from staff, which was in the RFP, included the criteria that this board was to evaluate. Again, that's not exclusive, as has been pointed out by Mr. Folletta, but it is the primary consideration of this board. Did the decision align with the RFP and the factors that were being considered? Was the proper weight given to those factors? Again, that's a decision for the board, not for staff. The board does have the discretion, as has been pointed out.
Thank you, sir. Starting with my left, we'll go with Ms. Keller.
Oh, not this moment. I'm thinking.
Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Folletta, and if I'm incorrect on what I thought I heard you say, I would ask that you would absolutely correct my listening skills. All right. He I think brought up, I am not in favor of awarding anyone the contract today, but or re-awarding it, but he suggested that one of the alternatives would be our only alternative if we don't go with OLCESE, is to go back out to rebid. Is that an option for Lyon County Board of Commissioners to consider?
The county does believe that's an option for the county today. We tend to agree that before the board today is the protest. That is either granted or the awards affirmed, in which case it would go, if it's granted, it would go back to the county commission for a decision on how to handle that. That would be our recommendation from staff. Based on the NRS and that Mr. Folletta referenced, even though it's not directly applicable to the county, it would be the best guidance we have. It's not spelled out in the RFP, but it would be our recommendation that depending on the board's decision, the decision on who might get this contract and what might happen is for a later date at the board. Obviously, at that time, the Waste Management, OLCESE, others would be able to come in and comment. That answer your question?
I think so. Mr. Folletta, did I screw that up at all?
I don't think so. My view is that if you deem the protest to be successful, if you grant the protest, in fact, I think the consequence of granting it is that the award is canceled. So I don't think there's any. So it happens directly, and then the contract must be.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Keller.
Mr. There was something that was brought up. I had to go back to my notes earlier by Mr. Simon. So I'm just looking for clarification. Obviously, this had nothing to do, no weight on my decision. I just looking for some clarification that was brought up about OLCESE Waste Solutions, OLCESE Waste Services, and then OLCESE construction company. Andrew might actually be able to answer that better. I'm not sure. I'm just looking for clarification of the three names. Are they all one of the same under one umbrella?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. I don't have any clarification on that. I don't know myself.
Gotcha.
So
And Steve Rye, I don't have any additional information on that.
Okay.
I would agree that if it's an issue that the company does not match the person that submitted the bid. Other than that,
That's why I was looking for clarification on that.
we don't have any additional clarification.
Can clarification be provided? I just went blank on the name. Lucas, what's your last name?
Yeah.
Fleta. Yeah, I was just looking for clarification, Mr. Fleta, because it was brought up.
Kind of just to keep the same format, I think the question should be.
Need to go to
directed-
you?
Yes.
Okay, never
And
mind. I'll
Unfortunately.
withdraw.
don't have-
Anything else, Ms. Keller?
Not this time.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rye.
Yes.
Just want to verify a couple of things that you said that in the RFP, it was stated that, you know, the rates were a heavily weighted factor, but that was just one of the factors that the board could consider.
Yes.
And then secondly, you pointed out that when you're going back to the scoring, that the board was not bound by staff scoring on the three proposals.
Yes.
And I just want to point out, and it's on page 170 of the binder, that during the hearing on March 3rd, it's identified as a speaker, but it was me speaking. And it says, just to comment, these ratings are quite a bit different than what mine would have been. So I just want to put it on the record that I did note at the time that my scoring would have been a lot different than what the staff provided us. So I just want to get that out there.
Understood.
Mr. Hockney?
Thank you, Mr. Rye. Mr. Haskin, I believe all of my questions have been answered by the presentation. So
Thank you. Mr. Ryan, Mr. Haskin, you guys have any conclusion?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. All righty, let me go back to my agenda here real quick. Okay, so we have finished up A, B, and C. We are now on 5D, petitioner Waste Management of Data Incorporated, response 30 minutes. My intent is to push through unless you guys need some time to prepare.
I'm ready.
Staff, you okay with pushing through? Okay. I will, as soon as you're ready, I will start the timer. We'll start at 30 minutes. Okay. I said as soon as you're ready,
guess
I will start.
You must need the full 30 minutes.
I have never seen an attorney run before, because you guys are paid by 1/10 of an hour, right?
You haven't
How
seen
many
an ambulance
seconds?
crash. I want to see somebody move. All right. Am I on the clock?
No, yeah, you're now 5 minutes now.
Oh. Look, I again appreciate this is a tough thing. You have to sit through and you have to listen to all of us. We're throwing a bunch of stuff at you, but I'm going to tell you at the end of the day, what I'm going to recommend to you is the correct decision. And why? Because that's my job, is to guide you to make the correct decision, not the wrong decision that will lead to litigation or disputes or anger or what have you. Now, what you heard from OLCESE, I'm going to synthesize the argument. You made a decision for a reason. That reason was locality. You thought it was local. It's not the best decision. It's not the right decision. It's not the most economical decision. It was because that was a concept that was thrown out at the hearing that day. It wasn't something you voted on. in your RFP. It wasn't something Ms. Keller said, hey, you know what, guys, I'm going to think about locality. That's going to be my number one criteria. Or Mr. Henderson didn't say that either. He had his own criteria. Not what you guys voted staff to analyze, not what you put in your RFP. Acting arbitrary and capricious is making stuff up as you go. That's what the law says. You made up a factor because you didn't want Waste Management, which is the best price, has the longest relationship, to get the job. You had a personal reason. Arbitrary and capricious is when you do not make a reasoned decision. You do it because you have a subjective outcome you want to achieve, regardless of the effect of what it's going to have on the citizens. Now, Mr. Coletta, here, remember we had the staff and Mr. Rice say, price was the number one thing. You voted to make price number one. Heaviest weighted factor. Who had the best? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor. We did not vote. We did not choose the weighting. We had no input on the weighting factors.
I understood you approved the RFP.
We didn't know about the weighting factors until we actually got the score sheets.
Okay, I understand
Okay.
that situation.
Thank you.
You, other than the weighting, you provided the criteria, the rubric.
There you go.
Now, what did you hear OLCESE come up to you and say, and to the residents of the county? Price is irrelevant. I actually said it twice to you. Price is irrelevant. You think, if you say price is irrelevant, that's arbitrary and capricious. If you say, I'm going to make a decision on locality, and Mr. Rice said, they're all local. That's the same factor. We're equal across the board. So if you're going to support that, your decision, you say, I'm upholding it, you got to revisit the locality because that was your premise of your decision. Now you got to look at some other factor because that factor was just told to you by the county is equal. So is price relevant or irrelevant? You're going to have to decide that because throughout the RFP, that's your number one factor. Let me tell you what it says. Page 73. Can you pull that up, please? Most advantageous with price and other factors considered. What was the one factor that the RFP calls out for? Price. Also says economic. We're in an economic situation this country's experiencing. And we have supply chain issues, prices are going up, price. Who had the best price? Undisputed for you. Who had the highest price? Undisputed. The company you gave the contract to. We're not here because we're poor losers. And that we're coming in and saying, oh, you know, we would have made the most money if you would have given the contract to us. We're saying, no, you made a wrong decision because you just spent the money on the most expensive and the least qualified. And you're going to pay more money for the services. So the citizens are going to pay, not you, your constituents. You also had discussion about what is the methodology. I'm going to come at the very end with that, but what I think the outcome should be. I'm just going to address a few more comments that was made by OLCESE. I'm going to give you some more evidence from some speakers. Claiming that all the irregularities were minor. And Mr. Henderson, Commissioner Henderson points out that under the D qualification, it's a may. But I'm going to take you back to page 60. 60. There's a difference between may and must and shall. We all know that. Submittal parameter says shall, right there. Shall, that's a mandatory requirement that you impose on the parameters of your submittal. You state, when I say you, I mean the board states, civil and criminal disclosures. Mr. Close stood up here and said, oh, that's just irrelevant. You know what the staff found? That it was not addressed. Then Exhibit 4 said not addressed in the submittal. That's a complete failure on its face. came up and said, look, bid bond, well, we kind of did that. We have in the proposal some other contractor. You say that's a mandatory requirement. The surety letter is another mandatory requirement. I'm going to put this to you. If you please look at page 58. Because this one's pretty big to me. I just don't see any way that this could be deemed immaterial. Security for faithful performance. The proposal shall be accompanied by a letter. Take a look at the OLCESE submittal. It's not there. It says shall. Up to 100 grand. That seems like a pretty significant commitment that this board wanted to be shown by its bidders. It wasn't shown. So if you're going to say, oh, we're going to OLCESE's bid, and you're going to have to put on the record, why did you ignore that? And why did you hit and ignore all the other deficiencies and pick the most expensive? Because I'm going to want to hear that. I think the constituents are going to want to hear that.
Can we not have any retorts from the audience, please?
Now, what I'd like to do is present some information from Mr. Sia to address a couple of comments on the transfer station. And then Mr. Brown will make a statement, and Kendra Kostelecki. I'm just going to give you some information real quick, then I'll wrap it up.
I have an objection to that. So this is time for rebuttal. Religious rights. That's anything I said. I said, but it's not the time for additional supplemental evidence.
Mr. Rai, what say you? This is more of a redirect, so I tend to agree with him. Did you want to repeat your objection?
I understood the objection. Is this within the confines of the rebuttal? I don't know exactly what's going to be said. My understanding from what Mr. Simon said, I thought, was that he was addressing points raised by Mr. Folletta and Lyon County. If that is in fact what the comments are directed to, it seems like appropriate rebuttal, but Mr. Folletta may have a different argument.
I'm fine taking it as a go. I didn't say much about the transfer station.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Mr. Say, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. You heard some earlier dialogue on that it would be 36 months that waste management with comparison to 18 months that OLCESE proposed. Is that a correct understanding from waste management's submittal?
That's, I'm going to object to that. I didn't talk about the timeline at all. I don't remember the count talking about that.
Oh, Mr. Henderson.
Yeah, that was Commissioner Henderson that addressed that.
So move on,
please.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to address your attention to page 296 as part of my closing, that it says 24 months. The bond can be called at 36 months. Okay, there's a distinction in that timing. It's not that they're, I want to compare apples to apples.
What page? I'm sorry.
296. It'll be on the bottom about 7 lines down.
Yeah. It's not the right page.
Yeah, I don't think we're looking at the right page. Oops.
I apologize. I apologize, I just wrote down 291. See down there at the bottom, it says 24 to be completed. Now, I want me to restate things, so I'm going to move back and forth. Mr. Haskins also, I'm just going to move right into my closing, if you don't mind. My wrapping up. Okay. Mr. Haskins, kind of a refreshment, came up and said, look, from their perspective, staff's perspective was number one. what number one factor was the price. What was the county getting for the money? What's the most benefit? How can they get the best service for the least amount? The OLCESE bid, you heard, was the most expensive. Reason I keep bringing that up is because that to me is the driving factor. If you're going to deviate from what you said in your criteria because of locality, which can't be a factor, then you got to come up with something else. So we got to go back to what are you directed to do what's in the most economic benefit for the constituents, not individual perceptions or ideas that individual board members may have towards an applicant. That then becomes arbitrary and capricious. The staff, excuse me, Mr. Rye also identified that what you have to look at is the factual support that is contained in the proposals, not just statements like I'm local, or I'm gonna go buy some stuff and maybe I'll have it in 9 months or 15 months. What's the factual basis? What's the factual predicate? Waste management details each and every piece of equipment, the employees, the locations. OLCESE does not. We're going to go do this stuff. Who does that put at risk? The citizens, the constituents. You have a performance by a company that is coming in with a lower rate and a track history. 80% approval rate if you look at the information that is maintained in this county. Yes, are there detractors? I will bet you're all elected officials. Taking 80% of the vote, you would absolutely take that day over day. That is what you have. Yes, there's always going to be detractors, but there's also just as adamant supporters of this company and what they do and their commitment to this community. But it's very careful. But I really want to highlight that Mr. Rye says to you, you have to look at the factors you put in the RFP and whether these comply. I'm suggesting a mistake was made. It needs to be revisited. That protest, waste management protest, must be granted because of the deficiencies I've shown you facially in the proposal by OLCESE. And the selection criteria, the disregard of these factors, and the selection criteria of local as the sole basis cannot be upheld. That's arbitrary and capricious. That's when you apply something, this RFP are the rule books. This is the rules you're going to play the game by. The football game. Here are the rule books. Well, actually, we're going to let you do 6 forward passes. We're just going to make that up. That's a deviation of the rule. That's arbitrary and capricious. Using that terrible analogy, you change the rules on my client at the last moment. That's arbitrary and capricious. Now, you've heard, I'm going to give you a third. Actually, mine was the first. Mr. Folletta was the second. Mr. Rye was the third of what do we do now? Well, we clearly know the protest is subject to review and consideration by you. Then what happens next? I don't disagree with Mr. Rye that that may be a decision that has to be pushed on. I do disagree that it's the entire bidding process is tainted. What that is, that's just a made up position saying we want another bite at the apple by OLCESE if you pull this from us. We want to come back again and manipulate the dynamics to try to get this again. So you're going to find opposition. This is a rebidding process. Now the statute says this, NRS 332.042. Can you pull up? County policy, exhibit 12. Go to the second page. You'll see under section C what it's over 100,000 annually. The purchases require formal advertising and contracts are awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Who is that? The Board of Commissioners may reject all bids received. You did not reject all bids. You issued a bid to a company that should not have received the award. There's nothing contained in the policy that allows for rebidding unless all bids were rejected. Now, do you have to make that decision today? No. I'm prefacing my positions. I told you at the very beginning of my presentation, I would tell you where I'm going to go. And I'm wrapping it back up to what I had said earlier. Now, assuming you have no questions for me, I'm not going to make that assumption. Do you have questions for me?
I do have I have one clarification. One, when you talked about the rates, you talked about, you said you will mean looking at the board and then know your constituents. No, we pay the same rates as everybody else. At least two of us are on fixed military retirement incomes with no hope of, increasing those incomes in the future. So I do want to clarify, when we make these decisions, we also have our own financial positions that we're considering as well. And I just want to make that we are one and the same with our constituents. The next thing is, and this is kind of concerning, you said we would find opposition if we remanded this back to the board and the board decided to go out for rebid. Can you define opposition? Because I can almost see where that's.
Did I say opposition?
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying. That almost sounds like a threat.
No, I apologize. Didn't want to make it sound like a threat, but let me jump back. When I said you will pay, I was in the category of the board does not pay franchise rates. Individuals you may. Mr. Ryan and I have been in extensive dialogue, just so you know, about what do we do through this process, because we don't have any parameters out here in Lyon County that tells us what to do. We just don't. This has not been expanded upon. So we're still in dialogue about what the process should be. I've proposed to you that I think under the rules in the RFP, that it should be awarded to Waste Management. It's the lowest qualifying bidder. There's nothing in the RFP that says it goes back down. There's nothing in the RFP or the policy, either of those, or even the statute says it goes back out. The statute actually says, and if you can go to the prior page on that. 626. You see under reference NRS 332 on there. Now NRS 332.042A says this. If a protest is upheld, then you go back and award according to the method by which the contract bill awarded on the basis of price or lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So what the interpretation of the statute I started with first is if a protest is upheld, you go back to where you have and evaluate the most responsive and responsible bidder, which is Waste Management. I also said CNS is out because they did not file the protest, did not participate, did not reserve any rights under the selection process. That I did not mean to say I'm going to oppose anything this board does, but there's, and I misspoke if I implied that. I clearly didn't want to imply that. That there's an opposition to the argument that it is an automatic rebid. I absolutely do not agree with that from a legal perspective. Did I clarify that enough, or do you perceive that I made that threat?
I still feel that, when you say there's, we're going to have opposition to that, it's.
Yeah, well, but he also said this would go out to basically be another board agenda item, right? And so then if he agendizes it, we get the opportunity to come in. At least that's my understanding. So whether I agree with it or disagree with it, it really depends on what the outcome is, because I don't know yet. It's still been in dialogue with the county attorney.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Simons, are these questions cutting it this time?
No.
Okay, so we're at question answer. All right. I guess the thing that I think we need to consider is we received a bunch of correspondence in support of OLCESE as well. And if we awarded,
Mr. Jacobson, we were told we could not take that into account.
I understand that, but we award it today and all of a sudden we didn't agendize this. We have our constituents, which we've heard about, that support OLCESE saying that they had no idea that this was going to be decided today. This was changed without any notice. I don't know. I guess that'd be a question for maybe Mr. Rye.
The way
I
I
just,
understood, the way I understood it is we won't make the decision. They will have to remand it back to the BOCC if we grant the protest. Is that correct, Mr. Ray?
Steve Rye, DA, that would be DA's recommendation.
But
For the
that's-
reasons Commissioner Jacobs.
Steve, Commissioner Keller had a question for you, sir.
Yes.
It only gets re-agendized, remanded back if we agreed that we did something wrong and don't uphold our original.
Grant the protest.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Huckabee.
Yes, thank you. One of the points that was made on the over $100,000 annual formal bidding requirements, it says the Board of Commissioners may, and the word is may, also reject all bids. I don't think that's an either or. I believe that is, we could reject them all. We could reject one. We have an option there. So it isn't, we either accept them all or we reject them all. That's not the way I read that. So I believe, is that what you were trying to say?
No, I disagree with how you read that, and because I have more knowledge about the case law that interprets. A lot of times that language says any and all. You did not include any. You just limited it to all. So there is a distinction in the use of the technical word all versus any and all. So that's where my argument is coming from.
So you're telling us that we have no option there. If we don't like one, we can't reject that one and consider the rest. That's basically what I was getting from what you said.
You can disqualify, which gives you the ability to reject based upon a disqualification. So that one's out. But then if you're going to do just a blanket, then you have to make that determination that all are blanketed out. Unless you disqualify, which you have the right to disqualify, but you did not disqualify anybody at the time. So at this procedure, or at least at this stage of the game, the ability to disqualify any of the other submissions, I do not believe is in play for this board, that you already accepted and moved forward with what was submitted. So I guess it's more of a technical argument. At the time that they would have been submitted, you could have done a deep disqualifications and use that paragraph 23 to kick one out, or you can just blanket them all out. You didn't like the numbers.
Okay, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to clarify something that we've been kicking around back and forth. That's this $1 million bond. It's out there. And I'm back to page 291 of the proposal. And what I'm saying, you made the comment that, if you guys don't build a transfer station within 36 months, then Lyon County gets the $1 million. Well, yes, but no. We get the $1 million to build the transfer station that you failed to build. So it's not like we're getting the $1 million. We're getting the $1 million to complete your responsibility. The way I read this, you disagree with that?
May I ask my client on that clarification? Because I did not have that understanding.
Well, it says to ensure in compliance with the RFP, Waste Management proposes to offer Lyon County a performance bond of $1 million. If Waste Management fails to make good faith efforts to complete construction of a transfer station within 36 months of the award of this RFP, the bond will be forfeited to provide funding directly to Lyon County for construction of the transfer station.
That's what it says, but I did not understand that was in a release for. I understood that there was still remaining the obligation to complete the transfer station.
That's not what it says. Well, reading that, it says we get the $1 million and then we have to build a transfer station that Waste Management has failed to build.
Can I ask Mr. Say if that was his understanding, because that's what the understanding was from the.
If you go to the previous statement, the facility would be contingent upon WM at minimum being awarded exclusive collection franchise in Lyon County. The estimated timeline for construction of the facility is 24 months. If we're awarded the franchise, construction of the facility in collaboration with the county will begin. But because of what was pointed out in history, we wanted to say that you had a backup to us meaning that you will see progress with us starting that upon award. So it's the only contingent is if we don't have it built or make good faith efforts to have it built within 36 months.
Then we get the $1 million to build the facility.
Correct. Well,
That's what it says. We can't use that $1 million for anything else.
That's exactly what it says. I tend to agree with Mr. Henderson on that one. We get the $1 million and the liability of finishing the build out. And
yeah, I would say intent and what we put in there, but the intent is to get the transfer station built. So that's what I think.
It comes down to, well, that may be a nuanced argument. You still have $1 million. Do you have that in any other proposal?
We don't have any other proposal anticipating failure to build a transfer station.
Did you see what OLCESE said?
So you
Do
have
a
one in
bond
12
on
to
that?
18 months.
You don't even have a performance bond or a surety letter. And as was said, it was a hope on a contingency. You want to put your constituents at that risk, that has to be considered. I'm just stating what is there. You don't have to like what I say or agree with what I say.
I'm just stating what's in your
My
proposal.
job is to tell you what it says.
thank you. Ms. Keller.
I'm ready to move on.
Anybody else have anything else? Thank all of you guys for getting up here, and sorry we got a little contentious, but it's one of those things. Yeah, go ahead and have a seat. And Mr. Rye, have you got something for us, sir?
I do, Steve Wright, DA. I just maybe misunderstood, but I wanted to clarify the record. The RFP and the information contained regarding the evaluation process, the evaluation criteria, and the score sheet was part of the RFP that was approved by this board on November 18th. So I just wanted to clarify that for the benefit of the board.
Thank you, sir. All right, at this point, we are at item 5BE, Board of County Commissioner deliberations. Give us some guidance on that, please, sir.
You're not allowed to sit down no more.
Steve Wright, DA. At this point, we'd request a short recess and ask for a closed session with the board.
Okay. So we're gonna go into a recess right now and go into a closed session.
We'll do the closed session in my office. Is that correct, Mr. Rye?
Okay, so all I can say at this point is we'll be back when we're back, and just stay close by.
So.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I do need to read, I need to read disclosure in here real quick. So closed session pursuant to NRS 241.0153B2 to receive information from the district attorney or counsel regarding potential or existing litigation involving a matter over which the board has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power, and to deliberate toward a decision on the matter, and pursuant to NRS 288.220 to receive a report on the status of ongoing labor negotiations and direct staff accordingly. So we'll I had to bring a laugh.
That's fine.
Mr. Chair, we're ready whenever you are.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. We'll call it back to order and just call her late. She never used to wait on me. Who did she run off to? I don't know. Give her a couple more seconds to get in here. Where is she? Mr. Ryan, can you poke your head out the door and see if Ms. Keller's standing out there? Okay. Thank you all for bearing with us during that closed session. This time I'm going to open it up to the board for further comments, action, concerns. And Mr. Ryan, I'm sorry, I didn't see you up
Steve
there.
Ryan. And I just wanted to bring up to the board just a concluding comment that now is the time for deliberations. We encourage the board to have discussion about the information received today, this process, other things, which leads you to a decision concerning the protest. Only again, it would be our recommendation that that's all that's before the board today is the protest submitted by Waste Management. The legal standards have been provided by the protester, by OLCESE and by the district attorney's office, all in line, I think, on what you need to consider and how you consider that. So now is the time when we can discuss the various issues and work towards a decision.
I guess I'll start. I think there were some issues that were brought up that were legitimate. Not that I like it, but I do think some of the issues have validity. Mr. Hockaday, you got anything down there?
No.
Mr. Henderson?
No.
Ms. Keller?
Trying to phrase my words correctly.
Well, you're thinking about that, and I probably should clarify some of the issues. There were issues with the surety bond. There were issues with, who actually, I guess, the actual ownership of the company and came forward, implementation plan. I don't say we made the wrong decision. I'm not going to say we made the wrong decision. We just may have arrived at it the wrong way. So those are my comments.
Well, I just wanted to point out that the vote for the award of the RFP was a unanimous vote by this board. I think it was done in good faith. There has been a few things that was pointed out today. that may have changed things on the day of the vote. But I do believe we acted in good faith. So March 3rd.
Mr. Jacobson, have you got any comments?
No, but I would like to make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to move to grant the protest based on material defects in which we overlooked the surety letter, with the different company name, no criminal or civil litigation disclosure, implementation plan. Based on these implementation plan not sufficient, defects if not individually, cumulatively raises an issue. Other reasons, transfer station reason against waste management not in line with the record. Staff recommendation based on the RFP not in line with the Board of Commissioners decision on pricing and other factors. Also, local company applies to both waste management and OLCESE. Concerns based on the implementation, based on proposals and information presented out of the March 3rd hearing, and the ability to perform within the required time frame. Feel like it is would be very difficult.
Would you?
So at this time, I am making the motion again to grant the protest to Waste Management.
Would you be amenable to, in addition to granting the protest, remanding it back to the BOCC for further action?
I think would that be, this might be a question for Mr. Rye, is that part of the motion or is that part of the action that we would take after we move on this item? If it's voted on.
That would be, depending on the vote on this item, that would be a decision that the board would make. Decision.
So we can't make it part of the motion to just grant or uphold the protest and remand it back to the BOCC.
Steve Rye, DA
Can't be
again.
one.
If that is the board's decision, it's our, the DA's recommendation that that's what happens. If the board upholds the protest, that it goes back to the county commission and would be discussed at that point. It's not noticed today for what that action might look like. And there would be a requirement for public comment and comment by others before the board took that action. So remanding to the Board of County Commissioners can be part of this motion or separate action, depending on what the board decides.
I'd like to just make it clean and just keep it part of the single motion, if it's okay with you. To grant and uphold based on your findings, based on the findings.
So you want, what you're asking is if I include that in my motion to bring this back at a later date.
Yeah, bring it back to the OCC for further action.
I agree with that, that my motion also includes bringing it back to the Board of County Commissioners at a future date.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open up for further discussion now from the board. We had agreed early on that we weren't going to go back to public participation after the agenda item, so I just wanted to restate that. And we'll go back to public participation as soon as this agenda items closed out. So we've got the motion, we've got the second, no further board discussion. I will call for the vote now, which is to grant the protest and to remand it back to the BOCC at a further date based on the findings that were mentioned by Mr. Jacobson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The motion passes 4-1. The protest is granted. Alrighty. Okay, at this time, we'll go on to item number 7, public participation. We'll open it up here in chambers first for public participation. Saying none, we will move to. Yeah, as long as it's public.
Board. My name is Kendra Kostelecki. I'd like to make a comment today about disposal rates, transfer station rates, and the county's non-mandatory service area. I work with many municipalities and service groups on cleanups around Northern Nevada. And what we've discovered is that transfer station rates don't necessarily have anything to do with dumping in the desert. Unincorporated Lyon County is a non-mandatory service area. So people who don't want to pay for trash disposal don't. They can burn, bury, or collect that. And that doesn't make them inclined to pay any rate to dispose of it. So we find that areas that have mandatory trash service have less open dumping.
Thank you, Krista. State your name for the record, please, and make sure you print your name.
Oh, I think I can. My name is Shauna Halverson, and I've lived in Northern Nevada my entire life, in Dayton since 1993. And when I came here today, I didn't really have an opinion as to which way this should come out. I mean, on one hand, I've been pleased with waste management. On the other hand, I can see the value in periodically reconsidering what would be in everybody's best interests. It's been very interesting listening to the whole process today. One thing I did want to do is Commissioner Keller had asked for clarification on the names of the entities and so forth. And I looked up on the Secretary of State's website that there is an OLCESE Construction Company Incorporated and a separate corporation, OLCESE Waste Services. And in the case of OLCESE Construction Company Incorporated, I checked with the Clerk Treasurer's office. They have a fictitious firm name filed as OLCESE Construction and Waste that's been in place since December of 2014. Additionally, there's a couple of fictitious firm names filed by Mr. OLCESE himself. So that may help you in trying to sort out that mess. And the reason that's important, and some people understand it and some people don't, is when corporations are formed at the Secretary of State's website, it's in effect forming artificial persons. So even if they have the same officers and stuff, and they're closely related, they're two separate entities, just like if there was John Doe and his brother Jim Doe. They're brothers, but if you got one entity putting forth an RFP and a different entity doing the bond for it, that would be like if, John and Jim one did one and one did the other, then if something happened, how do you collect on the bond if the entity operating the default is a whole different entity? So it is important to clean all that up. And I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lori Price, and I just wanted to thank you for reconsidering. Really appreciate that. My biggest concern was this company is not set up to even deliver what they're promising. They don't have the trucks. Even their employees have listed on Indeed and Glassdoor that their trucks are always breaking down. They don't have reliable equipment, and we cannot, make people suffer because these people aren't even ready to take on this task. I think that it should be looked at a couple of years down the road when they're set up with the trucks and whatnot. And I do want to tell you that my trash lady is the best trash person who's ever picked up my trash in 25 years. She goes above and beyond the call of duty. She's unbelievable. Her name is Jane. When she comes to pick up our garbage in Silver Springs, she waves at everybody. So everybody knows her name. She's like family to us. And Jesse's our other guy. And these people are so fantastic. They go above and beyond the call of duty. They're absolutely, the service is exceptional. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anybody in the chambers that has any comments? All right, going to online. Anybody online? Okay, it doesn't look like we have anybody. No, okay. We're going to adjourn this meeting at this time. Thank you, guys.
Where? Deanie. Coffee shop.
Hey, we made it through this week.
I still haven't dropped. I missed my class.